Hello, and welcome to this, our 272nd live stream. The Oppression Pharaoh. We are Legion. This is, of course, an homage to our Monday video, which was the Oppression Pharaoh. Who are they? Okay? So, if you haven't checked out that video, please go back and do so. And you'll see that the Oppression Pharaoh is a lot more complicated than a lot of people have anticipated. So, we are back here to take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. We're going to do our customary book pitch here of Lord and Steel and Sky, which is the third book in our War of the Gods series. If you haven't read it yet, please do check it out. It's an interesting book, especially if you like space marines and spirit critters and redemption arcs. This is Alicia's redemption arc. We're also to remind you that on August 12th, which is a Wednesday, we will be doing the live stream where we talk about, we spill the tea. We spill the tea on anything related to War of the Gods, book publishing, science fiction, that sort of thing. So, the rules for that live stream are, because it's a Wednesday, special Wednesday live stream, are that it's only questions about the fiction. So no ancient Egypt or the Bible unless it relates to the book. Now, if you want to talk about some of the verses that are snuck into the book, sure, that's fair game. Okay? But if it's not in the book and doesn't relate to the book, we're not going to take it. So, but if you want to ask the ancient Egypt and the Bible questions that are not related to the book, we will still be having the Friday live stream like we always do. Because that's sort of the core of what we do, is we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. So, with that said, let's get into the rules of the channel, and then we will start taking your questions. Super chats have priority. That's our top rule. Everyone knows this. And, we will always at least thank you for the super chat. Non-super chat questions should begin with a Q and a colon. If there's no Q and a colon, we don't see it. It might as well not exist. That doesn't guarantee we will take the question. It just means we see it. So we might not take a question for any variety of reasons. It's outside my wheelhouse. I'm not really interested in it. It's unrelated to what the channel does, even though I do take some questions that are unrelated to the channel. So if we don't take a question, non-super chat, you're free to post again the following week. But again, no guarantee we'll take it the following week either. Only post non-super chat questions once. Double posting will get your question canceled for the session. So we're really strict about that rule. If it's something from the Bible, we do need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. And that just helps us narrow down the question better. We do allow sponsorship of questions, but we ask that you do put the question you're sponsoring in the super chat so we don't have to hunt it for it. Just makes things a lot easier for us. And finally, one question per chat. Question stacking is not permitted. We'll just take one question and ignore the rest just because it's not fair to anybody. So, here we go. All right, our first question here is going to be from Justin Rhino. And he asks, does the site at Tel El Haman in Jordan be the site of Sodom and Gomorrah? It's allegedly dated to 1650 BC. I don't think it is. I have a lot of reasons for rejecting that identification. Steve Collins is not... He's probably an okay excavator, but in many ways he's a terrible archaeologist. He doesn't publish his findings, okay? Now, there's a caveat there. He'll only let you see his data if you agree with him. If you agree not to disagree with him, that's the only way he'll show you his findings. Okay? Everything he does is under sort of this top secret of agreement. So if you agree with him and you won't contest him in public, then he'll show you the findings. Well, that's really not how archaeology is supposed to work. Yeah, you only get to see the data if you like him. If you don't, then you don't get to see the data. He allows his excavators to break the law. Like, for example, if you go down to his digs, he allows his excavators to take home pot shards and various things, and that's all illegal. It's against Jordanian law to do that. The conflagration, he claims, was so hot that it would melt pottery. Well, it wasn't any hotter than you would find at, say, Megiddo or Hatzor. So his claims about it are terribly overstated. The claim for a sky burst has been totally rubbish now in the peer review. There was no way that there was a sky burst there, at least not in any normal sense of it being a sky burst. It's in the wrong place. Okay, it's in the wrong place. Sodom should be at the southern tip of the Dead Sea, at least according to the where we're told that the Mesopotamian coalition came from. Okay, the Mesopotamian coalition went from Gaza to Sodom, and then the routed armies flee to the tar pits. Now we know where the tar pits are. If you draw a triangle from the southern tip of the Dead Sea to the northern tip of the Dead Sea, and then draw a triangle into Jordan, where the two lines meet, that's where the tar pits are. So, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense for the army to come in from the south, go all the way north to the Tel El Haman, and then those armies to flee into the army, into the tar pits. That's not how fleeing armies work. Fleeing armies run away from the danger, not into it. Okay, so that city has to be located to the south. Just because we know where those tar pits are located. 1650 is way too late for this to be at the time of Abraham. 1650, you're in the time of Joseph. Okay, so it's not even the right date. His reading of the stratigraphy at the site is just whacked. And I saw him do this on a video. I saw him actually reading the stratigraphy. He goes, "Oh, this layer on top is a destruction layer." Okay, that's fine. Then there's all this mud flow beneath it. And then there's another destruction layer, and he claims the two destruction layers are the same layer. No, that's not how stratigraphy works. It just doesn't work that way. So, oh boy. There is so much against this Tel El Haman being Sodom and Gomorrah. It's just crazy. Nobody in the field takes this seriously. The only person who really takes this seriously is Steve. And that's it. He's the only one that takes this identification even remotely seriously. It's just wrong on so many different levels. I do not see this as having any legs to be a viable identification. All right? So, yeah. Science Special Search Party facepalm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, if you go to, he's given a few lectures at ETS, And he basically swears everyone in there to secrecy and closes the door. It's like, what? You're swearing everyone to secrecy and closing the door at what's supposed to be a public lecture. Ah. It's not the way this is supposed to work, man. It's not the way science works. You don't get to keep private data. Your data is public. I won't read this one aloud, but I agree with you. CPM versus DOS. I agree with you. It's a crummy thing to do. It's a really crummy thing to do. Well, anytime you have somebody try to do a, we're keeping this hush hush. We're just gonna share this with our friends, kind of thing going on. There's gonna be something hinky. Okay. Scott Stripling did something like this too, when he announced the Mount Ebel curse amulet. He had also sworn his viewers to secrecy. That's just not how this stuff works, man. So just nuts. Tyru Shakuhachi says, it's a really crappy thing to do. Yeah, it is. It's a really crappy thing to do. Because you spent an hour looking at the lecture because you want to know the data, share the data, all that. And now they swear you to secrecy that you can't unless you say something favorable? Like, no.
That's also not how peer review works.
Yeah, that's not how peer review works. And the whole point of these lectures are peer review. You're presenting these findings to your peer so they kick the tires. You kick the tires on these discoveries, so
it's really embarrassing if you do it flat on your
yeah, it's really embarrassing if you're not right. And chances are you're going to be not right about something for any paper. This is why peer reviewers are important. And one of the stages of peer review is the presentation of an academic paper to an audience of your peers. Oh, this is one of the things why I get this laugh when I go to ETS, is because ETS is technically a theological society. It's a conference where you supposed to kick the tires on the papers. And inevitably, some idiot will do a paper on Egypt, not know what he's talking about, and he gets his tires kicked. And then there's some old lady in the audience who says, "You shouldn't be so mean." Like, lady, you shouldn't be here.
Don't you have to have a master's degree?
Well, you don't have to have a master. You have to have a THM to be a member of the society and to give a paper. But to be just in the audience, they'll let anyone be in the audience.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Right. The whole point is, it is an academic.
It's an academic society for evangelicals.
You're not going to a science fiction convention.
You're not going to the science fiction convention. No. But I mean, you've been there when that's happened. Remember that dirty look that I got from that old woman in front at that paper on the route of the Exodus? that paper was wacko. But, and I told him it was wacko, and she just turns around and gives me a dirty look. Who is this guy?
And then the guy came.
Everybody in the audience knew who I was, except the tourist. Yeah, and then the guy who had the paper came up and basically said, "You must be Dr. Falk."
ETS, Evangelicals Trying Soteriology.
Tyra says, ETS, Evangelicals Trying Soteriology. Well, yeah. Ryan Cohen Camp. Let's have a field trip to the next ETS, which is in Denver, by the way. And, hey, if you want to meet Titus Kennedy, he's going to be there this time. That should be exciting.
That would love to see a group of people from your chat.
I would love to see half the people from from my channel show up to Titus's paper. That would be interesting.
That would be fun.
It would be fun, yeah. Tyree says we should all go in cosplay outfits. I'll go in Tilly hats. All the audience shows up in Tilly hats. Oh yeah, that would be funny.
The Tilly hats would be rude, but
The Tilly hats would be rude, but it would be hilarious. Dr. Martinez, Ancient Egypt and the Bible Raid.
yeah,
Flash mob.
if you all go dressed as Egyptians, that would be cool.
Right, Cohen Kemp. Dr. Falk paper masks. Ooh. Well, you mentioned my name in the NES sessions, and it's like you just dropped the word Satan in there. I mean, they really don't like me.
And Tilly hats and trunks.
Emmanuel. Tilly hats and trowels, yeah. Okay. So I think we've mentioned we've discussed the Tel El Haman situation to death here. There's no warrant for it. Nobody in the field will really support that. So, Dr. Martinez, Mr. Empty Conjecture gives Titus Kennedy a pep talk. Could be. Could be. Alrighty. All right, moving on here. Next question is from Harry Stark. How did David learn game development? The same boring way he learns everything else, by just doing it. Reading and doing. Amazing how much you can learn just by reading. It's not exciting. But that's the best way to learn anything. Read a lot and do a lot. Next one here from Harry Stark. Is it worth getting a degree in game development? No. No, it's not. Here's the reason why it's not worth getting a degree in game development. It's poorly paid. Game development is a very, very poorly paid for the general computer field. It's very, your hours are incredibly long. I knew a guy who worked at Electronic Arts, who went to a church, one of the churches I was going to in San Jose, and he worked 70 days a week, essentially. He got the occasional concession to go to church. They bring him pizza because they wanted him there 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's not a good degree. It's just not a good degree. And if you do really want to do that sort of thing, you could still pursue it doing other kinds of degrees that are better degrees and that don't lock you in to just gaming. Like a computer science degree will get you more. A mathematics degree will get you more. So it's not a high value degree, and it locks you into a very hard, low paying job.
It's too niche.
It's too niche. Yeah, it's too niche.
A lot of us ended up in careers our mothers wanted,
yeah,
then got to do what we wanted later.
Yeah. Dr. Martinez says, you know it's bad when you hear EA is involved. Yeah. Yeah, when you hear EA, Electronic Arts, is involved, yeah, you know it's bad. So yeah, do a degree in something else. Don't do it in game development. Not worth it. All right, next one here is from... Let's see here. TBTM asks, What is the consensus dating on the spies incident in Numbers 13 to 14? With the gloss in 1322 on Tanis attributed to the hypothetical J source, circa 950 to 700 BC allegedly, it would seem that this text is very old. Okay. There is no consensus on this. The closest thing you're going to get to a consensus here is that there was no spy incident. That's the consensus of secular scholars. Okay? Among, say, evangelical scholars, you're going to get a variety of opinions. Some will say 1200 BC. Some will say 1400. It's going to depend on which Exodus camp they're in. So there is no unifying consensus here across all scholars as to the dating. Now, even the say the secular scholars will say, well, if the spy incident really happened, and we don't believe that, it would have had to happen around 1200. So you will get that concession. Secular scholars, even the ones that will say, well, if there's any possibility of the Exodus, it's going to be in 1200s. So they're going to put the spy incident in that camp, even though they don't believe there was a spy incident. All right. Now, as for the gloss in 1320, and we'll bring up our Bible here and we'll talk about that gloss, because that gloss is very interesting in some way. Numbers 13. 22. Okay. Now, the verse says, when they gone into the Negev, they came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were. Now, Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan's Tanis, in Egypt. Now, everyone recognizes that now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Everyone recognizes that's a gloss. Everyone. There is a lot of debate as to who that gloss can be attributed to. Nobody... some think it's very early gloss. Some people think it's late. It's basically clear that in neither case is it known. The scribe who added this gloss knew when either Hebron was founded or Tanis was founded. So there does seem to be some confusion there among the scribe who added that. Everyone agrees this is a gloss. There's no question. Everyone agrees it. Some will say it's the J source. Some will say it's a much later source. We don't know. We don't have enough documents to actually pinpoint it. We do know that gloss has to be after, it has to be post 1080, because that's around the time when Tanis was founded. Hebron goes all the way back to the early Bronze Age. Okay, so it wasn't 7 years before Zoan. I'll tell you that. There's no possibility of that being true. So it's just one of those things where so anyway, that's I will leave it at that, but thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it. And yeah, there's just no consensus of who wrote the gloss. So we will just leave it at that. There's a follow-up question here from Ryan Cohnkamp. What is the most ancient event in the Bible that consensus says happened roughly as described in the Bible? The Davidic kingdom. Right now, we are now at a point of consensus as for the Davidic kingdom. Whether or not the Davidic kingdom existed. There is still a debate whether or not it was an expansive kingdom or if it was a local tribal chief. But everyone now agrees pretty much across the board. There's still a few holdouts on this. But the overall consensus is that the Davidic kingdom did exist. So that's probably the closest thing we have to a consensus on anything in the Bible at that point. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Dr. Martinez, I'm looking at you, Finkelstein. Yeah, he still doubts that there was a Davidic kingdom. He's a holdout. He's one of those holdouts. But, after, say, not only the Tel Dan Stela, which ironically was published 1 year after his the Bible in Israel Unearthed, was published. Oops. And then you had Mazar's excavation of the Solomonic Palace at the city of David. Yeah, there's... And then you had the inscriptions at Tel Safi, the Hebrew inscriptions at Tel Safi. There's really no doubt that there was a Davidic kingdom anymore. But Finkelstein still holds out on this. And he still has his fans in North America that still, largely support him on this. But yeah, he's still holding out on this. And it's become kind of a joke because of it. He's not taken seriously anymore in Europe or in Israeli academic circles. He's really only taken seriously in North America.
But is there a David Falk?
Ryan says, but is there a David Falkin kingdom? Hey, this is my kingdom. You're here. Congratulations. You're a citizen of the kingdom. All right, let's move on. Moving on. Let me just adjust my windows here so I can see these better. Justin Rhino asks, what is the purpose of the ban on wearing the opposite sex's clothing in Deuteronomy 22:5? Is it to prevent cross-dressers or trans people? God says it's an abomination. Pretty harsh. All right, let's look at the text. Deuteronomy 22, verse 5. A woman shall not wear man's clothing, nor shall a man put on woman's clothing. For whoever does these things is an abomination. And that is the word toevo. That's the worst of the worst. To the Lord your God. Okay. Now, what's the purpose behind this? The purpose of many of these laws is to establish basically normality. Normal, abnormal, holy, abomination. Those are your sort of your cardinal points of extremes. So, the ban on wearing the opposite sex's clothing is about establishing norms, okay? And extreme deviations from the norm are considered abomination. Okay? So, they didn't have anything that you would basically consider to be trans people back then. You might have gotten cross-dressers back then, but back then there was no such thing as trans people. It was a category that did not exist in their culture. That is a really strictly modern category of sexual identity. So, it is to prevent basically confusion. Okay, things that confuse are often lumped into toevo, like certain types of relationships are toevo. Idolatry is toevo. And this also falls into that category of confusion that you would see in among, say, the items that are in toevo. Okay, so it is meant to prevent overall societal confusion. We do have to remember that Israel was a theocratic society. It's governed by certain practices of a theocracy. So in that way, the ritual purity of the people mattered. And people, again, you know, that sort of gathering together of things that cause confusion is going to lead to problems of ritual purity. So that's really what its purpose was, is to prevent ritual impurity. Bubba Homeschool says mixing of wool with linen is an abomination. Well, let me just check the wording on that. Let's see here what it says here. Deuteronomy. Doesn't say it's an abomination. No, it doesn't say it. It just says you're not supposed to do it. Anything 13? No. No, it just says you're not supposed to do it. It might still be unclean, and you're still not supposed to do it. So here's the thing. Being ritually unclean is going to have different it will be unclean things will still be forbidden, even though they're not abomination. Abomination is really something that's reserved for the worst of the worst. The most, how do you say, deviant from normality. That is what will apply to the category of abomination. Yeah, it just says it's not forbidden. It just says it's forbidden. It's not, it says it's abomination. So, Bubble Homeschool, sorry, that's not really how that worked. Yeah, Bum Papa says, I remember when some churches used to use that verse to say that girls and women shouldn't wear pants. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
So, but then again, too, styles changed. All right, let's move on here to the next question. Pull that down here for the moment. All right, next one here. Iron King asks, hey Doc, just curious, question for the night. Have you ever heard of Artacraft? Put in a nutshell, it's Lord of the Rings in Minecraft, but a book-accurate version of Middle-earth. It's cool and awesome. I had never heard of this until you mentioned it. Once you put it in the live stream chat, I looked it up. It does look interesting, but not really my thing because I'm not really a Minecraft guy. But yeah, it looked interesting. As I said, I've never really got into Minecraft. And I'm really not that much into Lord of the Rings lore. Okay? I know, like, IP, he's so into Lord of the Rings. He reads it every year to his daughter. You know, he's deep. He's read all the books. I'm not so really into the Lord of the Rings. It's never really my thing. I was into it when I was when I was a teenager, I read The Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Unfinished Tales, and the Silmarillion. But never went beyond that. Wasn't really all that fascinated by the background lore. So, Jack Ray, Minecraft, yours craft. My Lego, your Lego.
So Bunny named the software, huh?
Mama goes, Milo says that technically we should be using that verse to tell men to wear skirts again. Yep, well, if you're Scottish or Canadian,
yeah,
it's formal wear.
it is Canadian.
Kilts are, yeah, kilts are, like, for example, if you're invited to a black tie event, you can wear a kilt in Canada. Now, it's got to be a good kilt. It's got to be one with all the regalia. And that's expensive. Okay, let's just clear that up. Wearing a kilts are expensive.
Yeah, and you cannot wear a clan pattern if you're not.
Yeah, you're not allowed to wear a clan pattern either. So you have to wear the appropriate clan pattern, the tartan, the appropriate tartan. Some tartans are allowed for general use, and some aren't. Now you're probably not going to get kicked out of a wedding, black tie wedding, if you happen to wear a kilt with the wrong tartan on it, but it's still advisable to get the right tartan.
You can't beat up to somebody.
But if you went to a Scottish event, yeah, you could get beat up over it. Now, British Columbia has its own tartan. It does. Yeah. So anyone who has a connection to British Columbia is allowed to wear that tartan. But the ironic thing is you can only get the tartan in British Columbia because it's a regional pattern. So, yeah, I've thought of getting a Scottish kilt with full regalia with the British Columbia tartan. So, Annie Manule, there's a rabbinical tartan. Yes, there is. There is a rabbinical tartan. Yeah, there's several specialty tartans. But again, wear the right tartan. Do your research before you lay down $1,200 for a set of. Now, by the way, that is a lot less than a tuxedo. And a few tuxedo rentals, and you've paid for that tartan. So it's actually kind of a budget approach that nobody ever does. So here we are talking about Scottish tartans, Scottish kilts. All right. Bubba Homeschool, Proverbs 28:9, rejecting God's law is an abomination, so technically it's a catch-all. Since wool and linen is a law, rejecting it is an abomination. That's not really what that means. Okay, let's pull that one up. There is actually a catch there. Proverbs 28. It's 20, not 24, 28. Verse 9. Okay. Now 28:9. I do not see where the law is. Okay. Verse 9 says, "He who turns away his ear from listening to the law, even his prayer is an abomination." Okay. Now, it's not rejecting God's laws that's the abomination. Your prayers become an abomination if you turn away from the law. And this is the law in general. Okay? This is somebody who lives a lawless life. This is somebody who's an antinomian. This is not some guy who mixes mixed fabrics. Okay, this is not that guy. Mix matching fibers is not going to be an overall rejection of the law. It's rejecting what's basically called living Torah. Okay? Living Torah is your attitude towards the law. Are you following God's laws because they're righteous? Are you basically living the spirit of the law? That's what this is talking about here. This is not talking about somebody who just, say, mixes fabrics. That's a misapplication of this verse. It's basically saying if you turn away from listening to the law and have it penetrate to your heart and you fail to do living Torah, then your prayers are an abomination. So this is a misapplication of the verse to say that rejecting God's laws is an abomination. That's not what this verse says. Okay? But thank you for the reply. It led to some interesting follow-up questions. So we do appreciate your input here, but I think this is not a correct application of the verse. So thank you anyway. Next, next one here is a super chat. Lovely. I love those super chats. All right, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is it fair judgment to place any, if not all, media under the thumb of a nostalgic media, for example, Lord of the Rings? There is something called intertextuality. We know this in biblical verses, in biblical studies. We know this in, say, literary studies too. Intertextuality is all media it stands on the shoulders of all previous media. You can't have literature without intertextuality. You need that intertextuality to moor any work of literature into something that can be understood and appreciated by a reading culture. So, The Lord of the Rings is an example of media that has basically inspired lots of other media. So, all media will be under the thumb of its predecessors. That's just the nature of intertextuality. And in many respects, you're going to have that inspiration going on regardless. I mean, the modern fantasy genre gets most of its tropes from some aspect of Lord of the Rings. Everyone acknowledges that. And that comes about because of the mythological underpinnings of Lord of the Rings. So even the Lord of the Rings is beholden to his predecessors. The Lord of the Rings is a rewriting of many Norse myths. Many Norse myths. Norse myths. We're only 50 minutes in. I'm already stumbling on my words. Oh, this is gonna be a fun night. Okay, but yeah, Tolkien was inspired by the events of the World Wars. He was inspired by the German tale, The Ring.
He is also inspired by the Industrial Revolution.
He's inspired by the Industrial Revolution. There is a lot of input going into Tolkien's mind as he writes The Lord of the Rings. But
and that's how you write better.
Yeah.
Is you constantly have curiosity. You constantly input different things about the world.
Yeah, input leads to better writing.
One of the problems we have with modern day writing is people are in their thought.
Yeah, there's a lot of, for example, on my books, there's a lot of stuff that has influenced my writing. And I stand on the shoulders of those giants. You know, it's from the movies I've watched, the books I've read, a lot of the non-fiction I've consumed, academic experience, actual job experience, like being assaulted at work. There's a lot of influences that go into a book. So we're all standing on the shoulders of giants as we write. So whether or not it's fair, it's the reality of it. So when you've got, say, Brandon Sanderson writing today, you know, he is going to be judged in respect to Lord of the Rings, because that's where he gets the genre tropes from. So definitely, you're just, whether that's fair or not, Tolkien got there first. And because he got there first, we are going to compare it to him. Now, I think there's like things like George Orwell's 1984. is being fairly compared to right now by Chesterton's, was it the Napoleon of something? There was basically Chesterton's dystopian work inspired Orwell's. So we all got, we all got those giants that on whose shoulders we stand on.
Ryan asked what giants you stand on.
Ryan Concap asks, what giants did you stand on? A lot of my influence in science fiction was by 1970s and 1980s science fiction writers like Clifford Seidmack, Robert Silverberg, Alan Dean Foster. So very much, I was very much into those sorts of works of fiction, and frankly, I follow those sort of trends too, where I tend to prefer shorter books. So this is one of the reasons why my books tend to average out at about 80,000 words. Speaking of which, Alpha Reader has approved book 4 for beta reading. I'm going to give book 4 one last read through, and then we're going to open it up to the beta readers. So, for those of you who have been anxiously awaiting book 4, it's coming soon, really soon. Mama goes, yay. All right. Dr. Martinez, there are really a few science fiction founders. Well, yes and no. There was a lot of them. There was actually a lot of science fiction writers out there. So, Mom, Alpha has spoken. Like a goddess from Mount Olympus.
Wouldn't push it down.
She says, don't push it. Don't push it. Unknown Quantity asks, is there a popular book that you cannot bring yourself to like, no matter how many times you've tried to read it? Yes. Ursula K. Le Guin's The Lathe of Heaven. I have tried to read that book now 3 times. I just can't get interested in it. Ursula K. Le Guin is a science fiction writer, or was a science fiction writer, whose science fiction writers all claim to read. Okay? It's just incredibly hard for me to get into anything she wrote. It's so boring. Nothing happens for chapter after chapter after chapter. Even supposedly cosmic events are nothing burgers. So I just, as much as I have tried to get into The Lathe of Heaven, I just can't. I have a copy of it right here. I keep trying to read it, and I keep DNFing it. And I keep DNFing it for the exact same reason. I just can't maintain interest in it long enough to get through it. At some point, something has to happen. Now, look, I don't mind big speeches in books. I really don't mind it. I actually don't even mind, say, boring council meetings. I actually read the full Council of Elrond without skipping it. Okay? I don't mind that. I don't mind grandiose speeches. I mean, I'll have to admit this. I read The God Emperor of Dune by Frank Herbert. Talk about a book where almost nothing happens the entire time, but the God Emperor is making these long, verbose speeches. But somehow it was interesting. It was interesting to read. the god emperors philosophizing. It's at a very cerebral level. Once you get into it, it's actually really interesting from a certain point of view. Now, if you're looking for action, you're not going to like the God Emperor of Dune. You're just not going to like it. If you want things to just sort of, keep the tension and the action going, not your book, not your kind of book. If you're wondering how he architected an entire society to follow the golden path, and if you knew what the golden path was, this would be of interest to you. Then it's a very interesting book, even though it's almost all speeches. Okay. And I think there is a place for that kind of philosophical science fiction. Absolutely. But at least the dialogue should go somewhere. This is why I can read a book like God Emperor Dune and throw away a book like The Lathe of Heaven. The Lathe of Heaven is sort of an exchange between the hero and his psychologist where nothing happens psychologically. If nothing happens psychologically, that's boring. I love psychological thrillers too. Psychological thrillers can be fantastic. Because, again, you're getting into somebody's head. You're getting into somebody's way of thinking. But if you do get into somebody's head, something better be happening in that head. You better have someone peel open somebody's private life, private way of thinking.
That's the problem with modern writing. They get into their character's head and there's just nothing.
Yeah, that's as Mrs. Producer just said, the Alpha Reader just said, that's the problem with modern writing. You get into somebody's head and there's nothing in there. You'll open up someone's head and moths fly out. Okay. So, those are the books I really hate. When I get into somebody's head, and as Dr. Martinez says, just spider webs in silence. Yeah. Yeah, what good is that? How is that interesting? So, Unknown Quality asks, not gonna lie, I'm not too big on psychological thrillers. If I wanted to have my mind go crazy, I have a few relatives who do that, no issue. Yeah. Well, in my last book, Lord of Steel and Sky, we get into her head. We get into her head and the traumas she's faced. And then she has to go face an eldritch horror. That's going to have an impact upon someone who's already damaged through trauma. And those are the things we explore, is the psychological effects of encountering an eldritch horror. So, Ryan Cohen Camp, the wheel is spinning, but the hamster is dead. Ooh. Ooh. Mama. Question, is Wooly thinking a sign they have the mind of a sheep? Well, it could be. Could be. Jack Ray says, crazy plus horrible plus bleak equals William Faulkner. Oh, gee. That man had issues. That man had issues and a thesaurus. Yeah. A thesaurus is deadly in the hands of a man with trauma. If you have issues, back away from the thesaurus right now. Put the thesaurus down. Oh, this is one of the reasons I don't like Faulkner. I don't like Faulkner because I don't like his use of the thesaurus. You know, put it away. Step away from the thesaurus. Noah needs 18 terms for the color black. Okay, let's move on. All right, so next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the question. Writing question. Is there any meaning to create new art if nothing one creates can be judged by its own merit and not the image of another art? All art's derivative. As Solomon said, there is nothing new under the sun. There is nothing new under heaven. Everything is derivative of everything else. So, I think there it's unavoidable, but new art is not a matter of new concepts. It's a matter of new expressions. And anyone can create new expressions. There is an infinite number of expressions on old ideas. Like let me give you, like, almost every theme of every book is derivative. You know, there is no such thing as original themes in books. They're all original plots.
I mean, right now we have 8 billion people. You total up all the people over history.
Yeah.
There's only so many things you can think of.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So give up trying to be original, and it's like, what story do you want to tell?
I mean, how many times has crime doesn't pay? It's a theme that's been used in so many books. Pride goes before a fall. Another theme used in a lot of books. Old Man and the Sea uses that theme. You're not going to get original themes. Okay? You know, there's only like 2 plots. Stranger walks into town, and somebody has a party. Those are your 2 plots. Okay? That's really all the plots there are. So, you know, where the expression comes in, where the art is, isn't in the theme. It's not into a plot. It's going to be in things like characterization, dialogue, turns of phrase. You know, this is Ryan Cohen Cap. Stranger walks into town and has a party. That was the theme of The Showman. Oh boy. Yeah, so
God, the Matrix. Underworld. Somebody walks in, kills a puppy,
oh,
and the entire underground is like,
oh,
what's that?
no, that one's actually Stranger Walks into Town. The what's it called now? It's yeah, I know the one you're talking about, the Keanu Reeves one with where the guy kills his puppy. Yeah. Forget the name of that movie right now. But yeah, that one is just a stranger walks into town. That's the plot of that. Do you know who John Wick is? It's like, yeah, John Wick is stranger walks into town. You killed Wick's dog. Stranger walks into town, into the Continental. Who's the stranger? John Wick. Everyone wants to know who John Wick is. He's Baba Yaga.
He's not a stranger, though. That's some stupid.
Yeah.
The only one who doesn't know who he is the idiot kid who
Yeah.
kills his puppy.
Yeah, Mama says Gandalf walks into town.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really, there's really only 2 plots. So it's just like, okay. You know, every Hallmark film, stranger walks in, moves in next door with a new dog. That's every Hallmark plot. Ryan Cohen Camp has a party. Gandalf walks in town and has a party. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. The 2 plots combined. Jack Ray, I thought it was, are you laughing at my donkey? My donkey doesn't like to be laughed at. Man with no name. Stranger walks into town. You laughing at my donkey? Yeah, same thing.
Charles Bigley walks into town. Yeah.
Yeah, Mama says Charles Bingley walks into town. Yeah, you're not going to get creativity through plots. You know, everyone's plot is the same, which is why nobody cares about plot. It's like the least studied thing in literature because it's all the same. Where sort of the rubber meets the road on artistic creation is going to be in characterization. That's really where you're going to get the creativity. That's where you're going to get how you manipulate the reader. We do this a lot in book 3. We manipulate the reader a lot. And we do it by giving you large pieces of some information, small pieces of other information. We control the flow of information. By controlling the flow of information, you can manipulate the emotions of the reader in certain ways. And like we tell you in Lord of Steel and Sky, how many of, say, we give you lots and lots of detail about the primordial gods. We give you almost nothing on loss. LOSS. If you've read the book, you'll know what that is. Yeah, we're not giving him anything away. But we're going to try to manipulate you through that. So that's where the art comes in. All right. Danny Manule. Dog gets killed. John Wick falls in love. It's Christmas. Oh, if John Wick was a Hallmark film. Oh, awful. Funny, but awful. Mama goes, sneaky, sneaky. Yeah. But we misdirect you, too. That's how we misdirect. And that's artful writing, is artfully misdirecting you by giving you too much information in one respect and insufficient information in another. So, all right, next one here is from Striding Hermit for $2. Thank you very much. Foodie question. How great are corn dogs? They're a guilty pleasure, but they're still a pleasure. Love corn dogs. I do not buy corn dogs. I do not buy corn dogs because I'll eat out corn dogs. I know myself way too well to not have corn dogs in the house. I used to buy the corn dogs from Costco in the big boxes of like 20 or 30, something like that. It did not take me long to finish off a box of corn dogs. So, Niclypia says, I do not care for corn dogs. Okay, yeah, to each their own on this. I happen to like them. I just don't buy them because they're not good for me.
Just don't eat John Wick's corn dog.
Ryan going, yeah, just don't eat John Wick's corn dog. Yeah, definitely don't do that. Jack Ray says, Jesus, copied over and over in fiction. I wonder why. Yeah. All right. Next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for that generous super chat. In one of the Mission Impossible movies, now we're getting into a little bit of movie lore here. Tom Cruise gets caught in a sandstorm in Dubai. He is barely able to fight the bad guys and run to safety. Is it possible to fight and run to safety during a sandstorm? No, you got to pick one. You have to understand that in a sandstorm, you are nearly blind. Even if you're wearing goggles, you're nearly blind in a sandstorm. And it hurts. You're getting thrashed by the blowing sand. It's like being in a sandblaster. You can run to safety, or you can fight. You can't do both. So, so I think it's one of those things where, if it's a very unrealistic scene that he runs and fights in a sandstorm. You can't fight what you can't see and can't sense. Being in a sandstorm juggles all your senses. You can't hear anything. You can't see anything. There's no fighting in a sandstorm. You can be standing right next to a guy and not see him in a sandstorm. So, yeah, I'm not buying that one for a moment. Sand. It's coarse, rough, and gets everywhere. Actually, it's not that rough. And it's usually not that coarse. Actually,
At the beach.
it's some beaches, yes, definitely. But the sand in Egypt is really soft. It's really soft. It's really fine. It's it's really nice. It's look. I would rather wash my hands in sand in Egypt than in the water from the taps. Just saying. Okay. I'm not likely to pick up any diseases from the sand. So, yeah, actually, I like sand. Beats digging in mud. It's why I don't excavate in Israel. Because there's a lot of mud in Israel. So, and it's really unpleasant to dig in. Dr. Martinez says, I guess it depends on what type of sand you're talking about. Oh, yeah, it does, definitely. Camp. I hate Egyptian water. It's coarse, rough, and gets everywhere. Yeah, well. Mama says, oops. The sand has been heat sterilized. Well, it has been heat sterilized. It's also been rubbed together, self abraded. So yeah, it's a different beast altogether. Jack Ray asks, is Egyptian sand round grained or angular? It's more round grained. It's not sharp. It's not sharp. It's very fine. Very fine. So it's gone through a lot of erosion. And both wind and water erosion. So it just tends to be very fine, very soft. All right, next one here from Andrew Guler for $20 again. Thank you very much for the super chat. Given your writing of androids in your books, are you a fan of either Blade Runner or Ghost in the Shell? Yes. I am big on Blade Runner. Although Blade Runner is not, they're not really androids. Blade Runners, the replicants in Blade Runner are not androids. They are bioengineered life. So, the Blade Runner does not use androids at all. But I do like Blade Runner. The replicants, again, replicants are, they're basically genetically modified organisms. So, so yeah, they're not androids. And Ghost in the Shell isn't really either. Ghost in the Shell are more cyborgs. Okay. So, in the case of Ghost in the Shell, which is the body, is a mechanical being with a programmable brain, where living beings can be uploaded into that programmable brain. So the Ghost in the Shell is really more of a cybernetic organism than it really is a complete artificial life. So now, between the two, I tend to like Blade Runner more than Ghost in the Shell. The animation in Ghost in the Shell was great. The soundtrack which was done by Origa. Origa she's deceased now, incredible musician. Her semi-operatic style was phenomenal. One of the best soundtracks I've seen in anime is from Ghost in the Shell. I like the soundtrack to Ghost in the Shell better than I like the movie. So, I just am not a huge fan of the. Here's the thing too: Ghost in the Shell, the manga was better than the movie by a long shot. The Ghost in the Shell manga is very, very different than the movie. They're basically two different things. Everyone sort of recognizes Ghost in the Shell by its movie, which is very serious, very plays it straight. You know, it's kind of a cop show. The manga that it's based upon isn't like that. The manga is kind of it breaks the fourth wall a lot. It tends to be the Ghost in the Shell, the protagonist. She's goofy. She's funny. She gets a lot of things wrong. It's a very different experience, the manga from the movie. Now, the recent remake of Ghost in the Shell 2 also is has gotten a lot of criticism because it isn't like the movie from the 1990s, but it's closer to the manga in spirit. So the new Ghost in the Shell is actually closer to the manga than the original film. And we won't even talk about, say, the live action. That doesn't even count as canon as far as I'm concerned. So that's my opinion there. Blade Runner, I thought was a great movie. Not about androids, replicants. Ghost in the Shell, also good in its own way. The manga's better. It's also about cyborgs. Okay, so thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did any of the ancients have sugar or coffee? No, they had neither. Sugar is an invention that comes from sugarcane production in India in the 8th century AD, and coffee comes from 15th century AD Yemen. It was never used in either capacity by ancient peoples. Okay, so we have no records of sugar or coffee being used by any civilization. This is prior to the Common Era, so it's not something that the ancients ever used. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Next one here. Tyru Shakuhachi asks, what are the limits of intimacy in marriage? All right. There are limits. There are limits to intimacy in marriage. Here are the limits. Okay? Limit number 1. It is restricted to the marriage. So, 2 people. Okay? Husband and wife. That's the limit of intimacy in the marriage. Okay? Can't bring in a third person. That's outside the limits. Okay? Shouldn't have to say that, but yeah. Is it safe? Is it respectful? Those are the other 2 limits. Is it respectful to your partner? Are you asking your partner to do something that's degrading? That's a limit. Is it safe? That's also a limit. You don't want to do any practice within marriage that is unsafe to you or your partner.
has measles, he tried to treat her, but without.
Well, there are some people who practice auto asphyxiation.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I
So
name it here.
yeah. So
that was a private comment.
yeah, that's which can be heard, by the way, on the. So Mama says, "Is it loving?" Yeah, that would be a definitely good question to ask. Now, safe, respectful, and within the limits of, say, the partnership. Those are the hard limits. Loving, that's a soft limit. Okay? But yeah, we can include that as well. So, so that there are definitely limits to intimacy in marriage. You know, but I'll say this too. A marriage without intimacy is not loving either. Okay? So there's a positive limit and a negative limit. A marriage that has no intimacy isn't loving and isn't respectful to the partner. So there's limits that go both too extreme and, say, not intimate enough. So there's limits on both sides of this. So yeah, there's definite limits of intimacy in marriage. You know, there has to be, you have to attend to your partner in a way, again, safe, respectful, loving, and within that monogamous relationship. So, hope that helps. Thanks for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here is from Dr. Martinez. And he asks, did the vizier Aparel have anything to do with the Hebrews? Aparel was the vizier under Akhenaten. He would have lived in Akhetaten. He was a Semite, one of the Rechnu, which is a Syrian. Did he have anything to do with Hebrews? Probably not. We have to understand that in Egypt there were a lot of kinds of Asiatics. Okay, Levantine Asiatics aren't all one big happy Hebrew family. Okay, you had Amorites. Okay, you'd had Canaanites. You had basically eventually you did have Philistines, but this is a little early for the Philistines. You had wandering groups off the Sinai. So there were a lot of different kinds of Asiatic Semites. The Rechenu is another kind. So, you know, there's a lot of Asiatic Semites that worked in Egypt, that lived in Egypt. Some came for a variety of different reasons. You know, we know, like the ones that we find pictured at Beni Hassan, they came in to mine minerals. They were miners. They weren't agricultural workers. We do know that some at Avaris worked the fields, made pottery, etc. So, Aparel, we don't know much about his history prior to his role as vizier, and even as his role as vizier, we don't know a lot. Now, they have recently discovered his tomb, so we might learn a whole lot soon when the restoration is done on the tomb. The tomb was found at Saqqara, so it's interesting that he chose to be buried at Saqqara. He was not buried at Akhetaten. He was not buried at Thebes. So he picks a different national cemetery that was kind of off the beaten track for the Amarna period. So we will probably learn more about him in the coming years. But right now, we're all waiting for the publication of that tomb, which will be very exciting when it happens. Okay, moving on here. Bubba Homeschool, where did the SG go? The SG is sitting about 5 feet to my left. We just moved it. That's all. We moved it and put up a fish tank. Or shrimp tank, but yeah. Still own it, still there, still play it. I'll never still play it on the air, but yeah. Alrighty. Moving on. For Sizzle Dizzle, for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is there any evidence, hypothesis for the location of the events of Genesis 11, 1-9 with the Tower of Babel? Not so much. There is a the general consensus view is that the Tower of Babel is believed to have been a ziggurat. A ziggurat from Mesopotamia. Now, which ziggurat? We don't know. People have guessed. Some have guessed it's the Eridu ziggurat, but again, who knows? I don't have any skin in that game, but we just don't know which ziggurat it was. Now, there's no evidence one way or the other on this one. So this is one of those things where I think it's better to be more cautious than try to guess here. Okay? So some guys have some people have theories. I don't have any sort of say theory about this. Murph Monson says, maybe Kalna, which Nimrod ruled. Well, the problem with Nimrod is he's a literary amalgamation of many kings over 1,000 years. So it's like, okay, which king of that is amalgamated into Nimrod? Dr. Martinez says, I think the Eridu Ziggurat is most compelling. I don't know if it's most compelling. A lot of this is based upon the theory of the Eridu expansion. Now, for those of you who don't know what the theory of the Eridu expansion is, it's the belief that because Eridu is one of the oldest ziggurats, that this is the place where Babel took place, and from there, everyone spread out from the Eridu and covered the earth. Okay? The problem with the Eridu expansion is it doesn't have any evidence supporting it. In fact, there's a lot of evidence against the Eridu expansion. So I know guys like Petrovich believe in the Eridu expansion. I don't believe in the Eridu expansion. There were Egyptians already living in Egypt by the time of the Eridu ziggurat. So you already had people living in India, in China, in the Caucasus, already by the time of the Eridu ziggurat. Even Turkey, you know, Gölbekli Tepe. Okay, that is a site that's at least 4,000 years older than the Eridu ziggurat. So the whole idea of the Eridu expansion, I think, is completely without warrant. So yeah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. So it's really hard to then, if you don't buy the Eridu expansion, you really can't say then that the Eridu ziggurat is Babel. It makes it a very difficult case to hold. So I wouldn't go with either the hypothesis or necessarily the Eridu ziggurat. It is one of the oldest ziggurats, though. We can grant that. So, all right. So then I hope that answers your question, at least as best as we can. But thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Dwarvish asks a question. How syncretic were the gods of the ancient Near East? Were they seen as the same gods under different names or as distinct deities? Most of the time they were seen as distinct deities that were local. We have to understand that the whole idea of gods in the ancient Near East were subject to an idea called localism. Gods were not universal gods. They were gods of a locality. Even the so-called big chief gods, they're basically gods of a locality. So, when the Hittites invade Babylon, okay, the Hittites actually conquered Babylon. They take Marduk and bring them back to Hattusas, okay? They basically take Marduk hostage and bring him back. Politely and respectfully, but they do. They hold him. They kidnap their god. And it's this view that gods are local to a certain area permeates the ancient Near East. Now, they did have a form of syncretism. They would take gods from other places and add them to the pantheon. Happens all the time. The god Bes is not a local god to Egypt. He's integrated into their pantheon from a foreign source. So, Dr. Martinez, they can all say they've kidnapped a god. Yeah, well, sometimes they did. It happened. So, no, Marduk. I don't think the Druids had a Marduk. But I'm not sure what the Druids worshipped, to be honest. So, but Marduk is a Mesopotamian deity. All right, so then moving on. So yeah, that's sometimes they did use same gods with different names through enculturation. That happened. Ishtar comes, or Astarte comes from Ishtar. So so yeah, they did do that as well. AJ Higgins asks, thoughts on the Göbekli Tepe being a great flood shrine? I don't know. I have some doubts about that. Maybe not. It's possible. But it's there's insufficient warrant there to say. We're not sure. Could be, but it might not be either. It's just something where we just don't have enough evidence to say one way or the other. So, if we're going to start calling it a great flood shrine, we got to then recognize that this is speculation. Empty conjecture. Could be. And we try to not do things based upon a lack of evidence. We want to have evidence for our contentions one way or the other. So, so yeah, Göbekli Tepe being a great flood shrine, maybe not. No evidence one way or the other for this. Okay, moving on. Common Lurker asks, how sure are we about how words were pronounced in Egyptian as the ancients spoke it, or how those pronunciations changed over time? Not very. To be very blunt, we're not very sure at all. We do have a guide to how Egyptian was spoken in its final phase, which is Coptic. Coptic uses vowels. Okay? So, because Coptic is a transliteration of, say, late Egyptian, basically 90% late Egyptian, 10% Greek, with a Greek alphabet and 6 extra characters. And from that, we have a really firm understanding of how Coptic was pronounced. very firm understanding of how Coptic was pronounced. Now, as you go back in time, that pronunciation becomes less clear. As you got consonantal shifts, as there were probably some changes in vowels. But because, say, hieroglyphic and hieratic are vowelless writing systems, we can't be absolutely 100% sure how ancient Egyptians spoke the language. We do have some indication how they spoke it, though. Like, for example, we do know that in late Egyptian, final R's dropped off and were replaced by alepphs. We don't know why exactly, but that seems to be a common theme in some ancient languages, where the final R will sort of slur into a glottal stop instead. So it would be like kind of saying, instead of saying later, it'd be like later. So it's kind of like that, where sort of those final R's, like robber or rabba. You know, that's a sort of a natural dropping of a consonant, and its incorporation into a different phoneme. So we do have some indication that happened. This is why we get, for example, in late Egyptian, instead of a pair meaning house, as in pair Ramses, it becomes P Ramses. The R drops off of pair, and that R becomes assimilated into a different phoneme. So this is why we have Pithom and we have P Ramses. So Tony G. Imhotep pronounced quite well whenever he threatened Brendan Fraser. Ugsunamun. Imhotep. Imhotep. Good times. Good times.
Get out of here. Pharaoh after the 10th.
Ryan Cohen kept, get out of here. Pharaoh after the 10th plague. Yeah, something like that. Well, we have to understand about at the time of the Pharaoh of the Exodus, the late Egyptian was the normal spoken language. Spoken language had ceased being Middle Egyptian at that point. And this is one of those things that's really problematic for the guys who want to say that the Ipuwer papyrus dates to the Exodus. Is the Ipuwer papyrus is primarily in Middle Egyptian. Even though some of the copyists changed it to some late Egyptian spellings, it's still grammatically a Middle Egyptian document. And it's still taught as a Middle Egyptian document, as like you do if you do like a course at a university on advanced Middle Egyptian texts. They will use Ipuwer as a primary source text for that teaching. And they'll use that because it is, even with its little changes here and there, it is still a classically Middle Egyptian syntax text. So, by the time you get to, even say Amenhotep II, everybody is speaking late Egyptian. Yeah, you're going to see some Middle Egyptian still used in formal monumental inscriptions, but on everyday writings, on everyday papyri, people are writing already in late Egyptian. And late Egyptian is very different syntactically. Like, for example, in Middle Egyptian, it's verb, subject, object syntax. Late Egyptian, it's subject, verb, object. So for English speakers can actually pick up late Egyptian a lot easier in many respects than they can pick up Middle Egyptian, because it's more like English in that respect. The syntax is closer to English. So again, I think this is a huge problem for those guys who want to make Ipuwer a late text, because it just doesn't follow the conventions of late Egyptian.
What about Tupperware?
What?
Ryan.
Oh, Ryan Cohen Camp. But what about the Tupperware papyrus? I hear it's got a good seal.
Oh,
Ooh. Ooh.
you usually don't do those.
That was very punny of me. Sorry. CPM versus DOS. Ouch. Ouch. Mama goes, is ancient written Hebrew lack of vowels an anomaly among ancient languages? Oh no. No. Lack of vowels was the norm. It wasn't the exception. It was the norm. Now, we do have ancient languages that do include vowels, like Akkadian. Akkadian preserves the vowels. Okay? Akkadian preserves the vowels through its biliterals. But there were languages that didn't. Ugaritic didn't preserve the vowels. Now, we have inferred the vowels, but it didn't preserve the vowels. Hebrew also did not preserve the vowels. Egyptian did not preserve the vowels. So consonantal languages were the norm. They weren't the exception. So, Ryan Cohen, airtight case. For the Tupperware papyrus? Oh, yes. Mama goes, huh? Would not have guessed that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, very much. It's very much the norm in ancient languages that they don't preserve the vowels. And the reason why is because vowels tend to be, let's just say, more ephemeral in speech than the consonants. Everyone can agree on consonants. Usually. But the vowels are less agreeable because they tend to change with dialects. So Ryan goes, that's very weird. Yeah. And you can still read it. You can read English without the vowels. You can read Latin without the vowels. You can read a lot of languages without the vowels. You can't read them without the consonants. Without the consonants, you don't have a language. It's one of those weird things about language that you need the consonants. Vowels are optional. So, okay, moving on here. Ryan Conkamp, any latest news on the cursed amulet? Yeah, it's a fishing weight. It's a weight of some kind. Whether it's a fishing weight, whether it's a curtain weight, we don't know what kind of weight it is. It's definitely a weight. The whole idea that there's an inscription on it is complete nonsense. It's nonsense. I have no doubt about it at this point that this is a weight of some kind. It's not a curse amulet, as much as they still want to hold it. Stripling and Vanderveen still are clinging desperately to this idea that's got writing on it, that's got the word cursed, arar, it's got the word Yahweh on it, but it's just not there. So, it's just, yeah, I think it's complete nonsense. The whole thing's nonsense, and I think they're look, it's let's be honest. For the early Exodus camp, this was a winner-take-all thing. They were rolling a hard 6 here. Okay? The person who was in charge of the site report, which is Ralph Hawkins, he basically showed that the site is Late Bronze 2B, Iron Age 1. Now, this is a real problem if you're an early Exodus date, because that's 200 years after the supposed early Exodus conquest. And this is a site that's, as I said, it's a winner-take-all site. If the late Exodus daters are correct about this site, the late Exodus wins. If the early Exodus daters win this thing, they win. It's a winner-take-all proposition.
Right. I mean, it is cursed in a way.
Ryan Cohen Camp. I mean, it is cursed in a way. Yeah.
If you stake your entire academic
Yeah.
reputation on it, yeah, I'd say it worked as a curse.
Yeah. If you staked your, as Mrs. Producer says, if you staked your entire academic reputation on this, yeah, it's cursed. Definitely. But it's a winner-take-all proposition. And because it's a site that you really can't contest as far as its being its importance, you know, it fits with the biblical text. It's what we would expect to find up there. You know, this big, massive altar. It is a very short archaeological span of only about 50 years, which is really short, which makes it real easy to date. So, so if you're not if you're not going to, if you're, let me put it this way, Associates for Biblical Research is basically an organization that supports an early Exodus date. That's their one issue that they really believe more than anything else. You know, you can be, even though they say they believe in young earth creationism, they really are fine with you not believing in young earth creationism if you hold to an early Exodus date. However, for them, that's their only reason for being, is the early Exodus date. Without the early Exodus date, ABR has really nothing. So for them, they knew what Hawkins was going to say. And because Zertel had said the same thing. So they were going to try to force this reading no matter what. They're going to force this reading, force an interpretation of the epigraphy on it to early date it, and then they were going to ride that as long as the money lasted. And it's all fallen apart now. The whole thing has fallen apart. So, last time I was at ETS and the NES meetings, nobody was talking about this. Year before, they couldn't talk about anything else. This meeting, the last meeting, crickets. Absolute crickets. Nobody mentioned it once. As I said, it's just, as I said, the previous meeting, the 2024 meeting, they couldn't talk about anything else but the amulet. 2025, nobody said a word. That tells you everything you need to know. All right, moving on here. For Shizzle Dizzle, for 499, thank you for the super chat. Won't be able to stay long. Been watching you and been on the Discord for a while now. Well, glad you could join us on the Discord. We do have the link to the Discord in the description if anyone else wants to show up on the Discord. We would love to have you on board. He says, just wanted to stop by and say how much I appreciate your work. Well, thank you. We really appreciate that. We appreciate the encouragement, the prayers, and the financial support. All of it's important to us. We definitely need the encouragement because we get bombarded by all sides. But we value the work. We think that the work is important and it needs to get out there. So we really appreciate you just coming by, saying hello, and supporting us, particularly through your prayers. But thank you again for the super chat. We really appreciate it.
They're burying the fallen.
Okay.
Pretending. Mama said that. What kind of fallout would there have been in that kind of situation where something is so debunked and no one even wants?
Okay, I will answer. Mama says, what kind of fallout would there have been from that kind of situation where something had been so debunked and no one even wants to talk about it? Nothing. Very little fallout. Here's typically how it works. Typically within ABR, there's kind of a philosophy that goes on there. It's like, well, the Bible tells us that the early date's true. It's, of course, that's their private interpretation of this. Therefore, all we need to do is dig more. And basically keep holding the line, keep digging. Sooner or later, we're going to find something that confirms what we say is true. And they just keep digging up all this evidence that debunks them. But then they just go, oh, we just need to dig more. So it's basically trying to read archaeology from their particular interpretation of the Bible. So that's the situation here. Is they'll come up with another discovery soon that they claim will support an early Exodus date, because this has been a pattern. Like, for example, it started off with Bryant Wood. Bryant Wood, he redated the ceramic typology at Jericho to try to show that Kenyon was wrong about the dating of the City 4. He wasn't correct, but that led to an inrush of funds. And you got guys like Petrovich who tried to redate the late Bronze Age to be fall of Hatzor. That let it some more funds come in. Then you got the Tel El Maktir, the supposed what's it called now, the destruction layer at Tel El Maktir, which they identified as I. Okay, and they said, okay, this supports the early date of the Exodus. This is an early destruction layer found at Tel El Maktir. This has got to be the city of Ai that was destroyed by the Israelites. It dates to late Bronze 1B. Therefore, it confirms the early Exodus date. And then you find out that the whole destruction layer is about yay big. About yay big.
What size mess you make in your kitchen?
And it was found inside the gates. Not on the gates, not in a house, in a courtyard. Someone decided to have a campfire there. And from that, they extrapolated a destruction layer. And from that, they got a whole bunch more funds. They made real hay on the whole what's it called now, the Mount Ebal curse amulet. They made a lot of money on that. Donations just came flooding in. So yeah, this is the cycle with them. So they're not going to be, people are willing to cut them a lot of slack. Their donors are willing to cut them a lot of slack just to sort of keep on producing stuff that sort of pitches the line. So if they make a mistake, they know they don't have to do anything. They can just say, keep quiet after that. It just goes away until the next time. So it's just over and over and over and over again. So yeah, the only thing that's going to come out of this is some dubious, misinterpreted discovery that they will then earn more money off of. So AJ Higgins asks, how does an organization that makes so many historical, archaeological, and ethical blunders continue to be supported, funded, and never publicly lambasted? It's because their supporters and their funders don't care. Basically, the organization basically says that their interpretation of the Bible is true, and they just need to dig more. So give more money, we can do more digs, we'll get you more evidence that supports the early Exodus date. That's the promise. So they keep making that promise. They keep making blunders, but the audience, their funders don't care because they're trying to make strides towards that sort of proof. So if their funders don't care, the money is just going to keep rolling in.
Papa, there's more money in spectacle.
Yeah. Bomb Papa says there's more money in spectacle than facts. Yeah, there is. And Dr. Martinez, ABR is probably just a cash grab at this point. Yeah, it is. I've said this before. The serious debate over the early Exodus date is over. Over the date of the Exodus is over. The serious, I mean, you can tell the progress of any debate by how serious it's taken. You know, if they start say AJ Higgins asks, don't care or don't know. It's somewhere, it's not that they don't care, and it's not that they don't know. It's more along the lines that they so believe this that counterfactuals don't matter. Okay? I will say this. I'll say this about Scott Stripling. Scott Stripling really, really believes this stuff. He really, really believes this. To the extent that he will do dirty tricks and slander to promote it. Okay? He really believes this. He won't listen to anything that contradicts it. He just won't listen. So it's kind of not that they don't care and they don't know. It's something more nuanced, something in between. It's something more along the lines that that it's part of their core beliefs. It's a core belief issue. Okay? Most of those guys have been raised within a certain view of fundamentalism. Okay? And fundamentalism doesn't allow for debate when it comes to biblical interpretation. There is a received interpretation within fundamentalism. So they do very much will believe this no matter what, because it's part of their upbringing and it's part of their received tradition. So at that point, it's like, well, you can't listen to anything that defies the received tradition. It then becomes anathema. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, would you say it's more likely that the Exodus didn't happen versus an early date? I think they're both wrong. I think both those views are incorrect. I think it's clear that an Exodus did happen. I think the preponderance of evidence shows it did happen. I think, though, too, that the early date is also incorrect. So I don't think you can put really a probability statement of one versus the other here, because they're both incorrect in separate ways. So I don't think you could really say that one is more likely than the other. Mama says, do you think Tice Candy is a true believer in the early Exodus date? Yes, I do think he's a true believer in the early Exodus date. I also think that he's kind of a scumbag. He silences his competition. He silences those he disagrees with. So, and in that respect, he acts like every other early Exodus dater that's basically a big name in the field. So, I would definitely say it's one of those things where he does actually believe this stuff. And but then again, he has the same approach. You know, you can school a guy. It's easy to school him because he doesn't know anything. All right. He's one of the most grossly incompetent academics I've ever met. At the same time, too, anything you say that contradicts him, he won't engage. He'll just sort of ignore it and move on. And like you never told him. It'll be like you've never said it. He'll just, he'll just sort of, it'll roll off at the back like water off the back of a duck. And he just moves on. So, and that's a lot of how these guys go, is they don't listen to counterfactuals. They'll just ignore it and move on. So, Common Lurker says Tice Kennedy also goes on big channels like Frank Turek, so his ideas spread real easy. He manages to get himself on like things like TBN. He has worked on the patterns of evidence as a consultant. I'll say one thing: these guys are super connected. These guys have connections everywhere.
Connections don't equal facts.
Yeah, connections don't equal facts, but they are very connected. You got Stephen Myers, Frank Turek. They've got connections at Angel Studios. They've got connections all over the place. It's really a buddy network. And it's a buddy network that is united by one proposition. So those guys can produce 10 videos for every one that I do. They have got this model of pulpit ministries. Okay, you have to understand that to be an associate at ABR means that you have a pulpit ministry that can reach others. Okay, so it's a network of networks. This is the reason why these guys are so connected. They're all helping each other out. They all have their own pulpit ministries. Like Joel Kramer, he's an associate at ABR. He also's got his Expedition Bible pulpit ministry. They all have these pulpit ministries that are connected to each other through ABR or through people associated with ABR. So, it's a big Ponzi scheme. It's a big Ponzi scheme, but it's one that has forged these connections where they all have each other's back. Unknown quantity. AJ Higgins, I don't know. I've heard Tutmosis and Amenhotep are good candidates for the Exodus Pharaoh. They're terrible candidates. Absolutely terrible candidates for the Exodus Pharaoh. If you do proper chronological dating, the 1446 Pharaoh would be Tutmosis III. He's a terrible candidate because even though he's right chronologically, he's the correct Pharaoh chronologically, he's a terrible candidate because he takes his chariot army to destroy the Mitanni basically 2 years after the supposed Exodus. Okay? So, and then he goes campaigning for another dozen years. Tutmosis III is a terrible Exodus candidate. And everyone sort of recognizes that, which is why they still cling to Amenhotep II. Amenhotep II is because the dates don't match. He comes to the throne 20 years after the so-called Exodus. So, Merv Monson says Josephus thought Tutmosis III was the Exodus Pharaoh. He wasn't correct on everything. Actually, I've been reading Josephus lately and his copy of Manetho. And I don't think he said it was Tutmosis III. I thought when I first read it, I thought he was talking about Amenhotep II. But I've looked at that text a lot closer recently, and it appears that he is actually referring to Amenmesis which was one of the successors to Merneptah. So a 19th dynasty pharaoh, not a 18th dynasty pharaoh. And the reason why is that Josephus says that the Exodus pharaoh was Amomessus, son of Ramses, son of Seti. Okay. There's not many candidates that are both sons of Ramses II and Seti I. The closest equivalent to that would be Amomessus. So, I think Josephus was terribly wrong here. But it does appear that Josephus identifies Amomessus as the pharaoh of the Exodus, not Thutmose III. So, and you can look that up in the Loeb edition of Manetho. So, okay, let's move on here. I want to thank Jack Ray for supporting the channel through 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it, and we couldn't do this without your help. So thank you so very much. We so appreciate your support and your help. Scott Worthman says, Josephus cited Hyksos monarchs. No, he doesn't. The version of Manetho that does that, though, is the one from Julius Africanus. Okay, the Julius Africanus one cites the Hyksos monarchs. The Josephus one doesn't. Josephus says that there were these shepherd kings called Hyksos. Okay, they said that, but then he contradicts him. He basically says that these are not the Israelites. So, you know, you have to read the whole text here to sort of get the flavor of what Josephus is saying. It's much more complicated than just taking one soundbite here, because this is typically what first century writing was like. You sort a huge, you quote a massive passage, and then way later on, you then discuss the merits of the passage. So just because he clips a section where it talks about the shepherd kings, it doesn't mean what Josephus agrees with. You have to go later on in the text to discover what he really means. So, moving on. Dao Chong says, I just discovered Dr. Common Joy Im's YouTube channel 3 days ago, and she brought out a book on the Ark by Dr. David Falk. Do you know who he is? She loves that book. She thinks that's one of the best books written in the last decade. She went crazy for that book. She's even written reviews on my Goodreads for regarding that book. I first met her actually in person at the last ETS conference. Got along really well with her. So yeah, she has endorsed the book many times. She's endorsed it at SBL. She's also endorsed it at several times on her YouTube channel, like no less than like 4 times. So yeah, yep, I'm aware of it. I'm happy about it. It resulted in a lot of sales of the book. So her voice does carry a lot of weight. One of the things we have to understand about Carmen Imes is she's got a huge fan club. Huge fan club. When I wanted to speak to her at ETS, I had to stand in line. And there was like 30 people in front of me. So, yeah, she's got a huge fan club. So, yeah, it's really hard to get to talk to her. But I did, made some constructive criticism about her paper, and, And she seems to have accepted that gratefully. So, which is more than a lot of people, I'll say. So you gotta tip your hat off for that. She then also had me do some, vet her paper as well. So that was really smart of her. So, there's a biblical proverb: wise kings have wise counsel. So, okay. I just saw here PA888 show up, and fortunately he showed up before we went through all the non-super chats here, and he has a super chat here for $19.99. Thank you very much for that super chat. I would like to sponsor a question of your choice. Fantastic. We'll take this next one because I think it's a good one. Dwarvish asks, Dr. Falk, which part of Egypt do you think Jesus and his family went to when they fled there? It's a great question, and there's a lot of candidates, unfortunately. We can't narrow it down to one city, because there were several cities that first century Israelites inhabited in Egypt. Now, I will list off the ones that I think are probably most likely, and then I'll just leave the decision up to you. Okay, I'll give you the pros and cons, and I think there's four or five cities here. First one's Pelusium. Okay, Pelusium is a city that's on the coast of the Sinai. A lot of Israelites live there. I think that's too close if you're trying to flee Herod. Okay, it's not a good place to flee. Okay, Elephantini. Elephantini is the place you go when you really want to get away from it all. Okay, and never return. Elephantini had an Israelite population that lasted until the first centuries, at least. Very far away. As I said, it's the sort of place you go if you never want to come back. Unlikely to be a place where Joseph and his family would flee to. That leaves two other places that I think are likely. One is Alexandria. Now, Alexandria had a large Israelite population, large Jewish population. There would have been a lot of work available at Alexandria, especially for a carpenter. So if you're a carpenter, great place to go. Great place to, if you want to, say, find work as a carpenter, but theologically liberal. It was a sort of a strain of Israelite religion there that was very more on the liberal side, and you can kind of understand this if you read Philo. It's not the most orthodox place. There's one other place, which is Tel Yehudia, which is near Heliopolis. Today we would call this the northeast suburb of Cairo. Okay, but Tel Yehudia had a Israelite population. It had a temple to Yahweh there. That lasted until, I believe, 50 AD, so a little after the death of Christ. It was a very, how do you say this? It was a more orthodox Israelite population. This would have been something that would have been very, very appealing to Jesus' family. Because we have to remember that Jesus' family basically they returned from Babylon as Judahites and go to Nazareth. Okay? And Nazareth is, a very Israelite Orthodox area. Okay? So, there's that would have been very, very appealing. It would have also allowed for an easy return back to Israel as well. So, I'm putting my money either on Alexandria or Tel Yehudia. That's what I'm going to put my money on. Either one would have been a viable choice. As I said, Elephantini's too far, Pelusium's too near. So, A common lurker goes, was there Jewish enclaves in Upper Egypt aside from Elephantini? Not really. We at least none that we really know about. There might have been some working at Thebes. That's possible because there was a lot of people working at Thebes. But not a large Jewish enclave as such. We have to understand the one at Elephantini is really old too. It goes back to the assassination of Gedaliah. So when the Israelites assassinate the Babylonian governor Gedaliah, they hightail it. Some stop at Pelusium, get butchered there. Some go to Heliopolis, get butchered there. The ones that didn't get butchered had to go all the way to Elephantini to escape. But that's probably the furthest, the major enclave in Upper Egypt. All right, next one here. Mama asks, is the JSource and sketchy a concept as sketchy a concept as the Q source? I think so. Again, we're in the two kind of share similarities. The JSource is a hypothetical document. The Q source is a hypothetical document. We don't know if these documents ever really existed in any written form. So I don't like dealing with hypothetical documents. Hypothetical documents aren't real documents. They're theories masquerading as documents. So, so yeah, I would place the documentary hypothesis, hypothetical documents, hypothetical sources, in sort of the same category as the Q source here. They don't exist as far as we know. Now, that could change. Somebody could find basically a source text that does resemble the J source. Maybe they will. Who knows? At that point, we have something tangible to then reevaluate the situation. But right now we don't. These are all imaginary documents up to this point. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break here, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Coffee's refilled. Water's refilled. All is good. They're waiting for me. Oh no, they're waiting for me. Okay. We need a bunny cam, yeah. While I'm away. All right, moving on here. Rich Adams asks, how should we interpret Deuteronomy 22:5 in our modern lives? Okay, pull up the Bible here. Deuteronomy 22, verse 5. All right, first of all, how we should interpret this for our modern lives is this is part of ritual law, okay? It's one of those things where it's completed in, say, the sacrifice of Jesus. Now, on that sense, it being an abomination, we should not say move towards effeminatization. All right. It's not healthy for anyone. Okay, it's not healthy for the person to basically act as the opposite sex. It's not a healthy lifestyle choice. And frankly, I think God knew that when he wrote this. So I think it's just one of those things where it may be allowed, but it's not profitable. It doesn't help people. It just sort of makes things worse. So I think that's how we would interpret it in our modern lives is, yeah, it might be permitted, but it's not healthy. So that's probably the best interpretation, I think, for that, at least as far as application in our modern lives. Moving on. Next one. Duck Hogan asks, general thoughts on biblical counseling. When should a pastor or other church staff member handle things on their own, and when should they refer church members to professionals? Here's where sort of the dividing line is. Is it spiritual counseling? Is it lifestyle counseling? Is it psychological counseling? Okay. That spiritual and lifestyle counseling is versus psychological counseling is the dividing line. Okay. There are licensed counselors and some of them do good work. Some of them also run a scam. Okay. There is a condition where people get addicted to counseling. Their lives don't improve through counseling. See, here's the thing. If it's something where, say, you need counseling to continue on to the next day, there's something probably fundamentally wrong with the kind of counseling one is receiving. Now, I'm not completely against professional counseling, and I'm not completely in favor of biblical counseling. They both have their place. And, gosh, there was this guy. I used to work as a church secretary. And there was this guy who came in every week for counseling. Did he need it? Probably not. It was just like he just needed a sounding board for everything he did. And it was like, okay, when the pastor took a 2-week vacation. He took a 2-week vacation. And God bless him for taking a vacation, because he needed it. Then I get the call from the guy. I'm the church secretary. I'm answering the phones. And I told him, pastor isn't in. He goes, oh, you'll do. I was a divinity student. Oh, you will do. He just needed somebody to listen to him. That's it. He wasn't there to get, say, spiritual or biblical counseling, really. He was just there for a sounding board. And a lot of counseling is like that. It's just listening and being an empathetic listener. And that, unfortunately, does lead to a kind of counseling addiction. Yeah, dude needs a friend. Yeah, I would definitely say that would be the case here. Dude needs a friend. But, you know, as we get into the whole problem of simulacra relationships and people going weird, people are becoming estranged to other people. And, you know, that's when you start getting this counseling addiction, is people don't want to change. This is, I think, one of the strengths of, say, biblical counseling, is when done effectively, sometimes pastor's going to tell you, you're sinning, stop it. Sometimes a pastor has to tell a person that, you're sinning, stop it. That's why you have to keep coming back to me, because you keep sinning, you keep getting in trouble, and you need to stop it. And a licensed professional will often not say that, and not basically be told they can't say that. A licensed professional can't tell a client, you're sinning, stop it. What they can do is affirm what the client is saying. So it becomes oh, I have someone who will affirm me in who I am and how I'm living. That breeds counseling addiction. So I think if there is a legitimate psychological disease, yeah, hand it off to a professional. Those people need help. If it's something on lifestyle or biblical counseling, great. Pastors are very qualified to do that. That's the line when there's real mental illness. When there's real mental illness, that's the line. So,
yeah, Mama said some people need church discipline,
yeah,
not church counseling.
Yeah, Mama says it correct here. Sometimes people need church discipline, not church counseling, coddling. Yeah, and a lot of counseling today is coddling. It's affirming what the patient wants. Affirmation therapy is sometimes what it's called. Affirmation therapy, where you're affirming everything that the person is, even when they're complete dirtbags. I mean, I've seen this. I've seen, say, divorced women who come in for counseling, wanting to have their infidelities affirmed. You know, they cheat on their husband, they've ruined their lives, and now they want to be affirmed in their choices. That needs church discipline. That doesn't need coddling. That is not a psychological illness, though. That's basically a time when, you know, biblical counseling should be done by a pastor who has the authority to do that. And professional counselors can't do that. They're not permitted to do that. So, picking the wrong kind of counseling can lead to counseling addiction. So, Mama goes, wow, yeah. But you see it all the time, unfortunately. But here's the thing, too. I also say this about counseling as well. Any pastor, the counseling load a pastor has is inversely proportional to the quality of his preaching. We've seen this time and again. The pastors that are overwhelmed by counseling are often the weakest preachers. The strongest preachers often have very little counseling on their schedule. So you will also notice this. You can tell the quality of a preacher by the quantity of his counseling load. A pastor that's overwhelmed by counseling, where he has to do it all the time.
Puts a lot more into counseling than his preaching.
Yeah, he puts a lot more time into his counseling than his preaching. So, um, very, it's one of those sort of equations that I've seen over and over and over again. Like at Willow Creek, 10% of the people that go to Willow Creek are counselors for the rest of the congregation. That is a counseling load that is out of control. And that speaks to the quality of the preaching. The preaching there is so milquetoast, so mild, so inoffensive that it just it creates a economy of counseling. So
Tony G.
Tony G, I'm more likely to affirm than discipline if I'm counseling Tony Soprano. Yeah, but that's because you're taking your life in your hands by having him as a client.
Wisdom.
Yeah, there's a bit of wisdom in that approach. All right. Rich Luciano says, approximately this time yesterday, I had an in-person conversation with someone who believes Jesus is an imitation of Horus. How do you talk people out of that mindset? With great difficulty. Because there's assumptions that are being made there that are complete nonsense that just takes a lot of time to unpack. Okay? Like the whole idea that that Horus is son of God. Well, he was one of two sons of Osiris, so he's not the only son of Osiris. So there's gonna be a lot of parallelomania that you're just gonna have to unpack if you want to talk them out of that mindset. But it's gonna be really hard because there's already presupposition there of Jesus mythicism. And Jesus mythicism is not a rational position. It's an emotional position. It's about feelings.
That's the big key.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus mythicism is about feelings, how they feel about Jesus. So, it's not going to be a rational argument in any respect. This is going to be an emotional argument all the way through. So, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of difficulty doing this if you care for the guy. So,
And some of it is just going to be seed planting.
Yeah.
You're not going to convince them.
Yeah.
You state facts so they have facts.
Mm-hmm.
When their brain turns it over at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just gonna be a very difficult thing to do because they've already have a mindset towards that. So. And a lot of that mindset is just based upon pure emotion. All right. Kwame Adu for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Long time no see. Glad to see you here back. Hi, Dr. Falk. Your clan view makes sense of Exodus 6. Could Miriam, Aaron, and Moses simply be from the same clan and not literal siblings, which is why his mother and sister are unnamed in Exodus 2. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible that they are clan siblings, but not literal siblings. So that's completely possible. I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility. But it does the clan view does make the best sense of Exodus 6. So, but you'll get people who will try to fight this hard, without understanding that if you discount the clan view, you've got some very bad options for Exodus 6. So, thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. But again, I think you there's a possibility there that it could be Miriam, Aaron, and Moses could be clan. I mean, we do know they're all from the same tribe. They're all Levites. Where they stand within that a family relationship is, again, it's because of text, it's ambiguous. So it's possible. So thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Next one here is Dr. Martinez asks, why do some of us writers give our character traumas? Is it to relate our struggles to something? Um, Not necessarily. Uh, I give my characters traumas because it informs them, it informs me of what they want. Every character in your story should want something. This is sort of you do need this in a story. Otherwise, this is how characters become cardboard cutouts. You know, you don't want your character to be paper dolls, just there for the convenience of your protagonist. Every character needs to want something, and they have to be different than what the main character wants. Okay. The main character has a goal. Okay. Every main character has to have a goal. Whether it's the need for making a discovery that won't be taken away from him, whether it's respect in the community, whether it's integrating, getting along with people, it has to be a goal that's different than the main characters. Okay. Otherwise, again, if all your secondary characters are there for is to support the main character, that's how you get shallow writing. Every character needs their own goal and, frankly, their own little story within it. Gardner, his goal is to maintain absolute iron fist control of his colony. Okay. So every character needs a goal, and the best way to do it is trauma. Or I shouldn't say the best way, but a good way to do it is trauma. So you give a character a trauma. You give a character a trauma, and they basically that the trauma informs what they want. You know, were they neglected as a child? They may want friendship. Were they there's a lot of characters, do they want to understand the world? They might, then their goal might be knowledge. You never know. But, you're going to want to give your characters a trauma if you want to have, say, strong characterization and strong goals. So, and for example, Alicia Stripes, very traumatized. Very traumatized. She has several traumas. She was abused as a child. She went through the death of her sister. She got the shaft from her when she was in the military. She's got a lot of trauma she's got to work through. And that informs her goals. So, that's why we give our characters traumas. Leads to interesting wants. Interesting goals.
But also people relate to trauma.
People relate to trauma too. It makes them relatable as well. So, Andrew Meisner. What outrageous theory about ancient Egypt you wish was actually true? Sound foxes. The whole idea that sound was used to cut the stones of the pyramid and levitate them. Oh, that'd be so cool if you could get sound to do that. Now, you can't get it to do that on a very small level. You can't do it to the effect where you can lift multi-ton stones. But that would be so cool if it was true. So, no. Uh, it's not true, but I wish the sound levitation was. Mama says, "Wait, that's what sound foxes are?" Oh yeah, yeah. It's a play on the whole sound levitation theory of pyramid construction. That's where the sound foxes come from. That they're fennec foxes that live on the Giza Plateau, and they're the ones that produce the sound that created the pyramids. That's where the sound foxes originated from. AJ Higgins, thoughts on the potential discovery of the church where the Nicene Council took place? Oh, it wasn't a huge basilica. That much we know. So I have no thoughts on this. It was just yeah. I think it's interesting. I mean, nobody doubts it was a real place. So Milo says, he says, I give my characters trauma based on my own to try to work through it. Yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. This is called writing therapy. And it's one of the more effective forms of therapy out there. Writing therapy is actually more effective than expensive counseling sessions. They've done a lot of work on this, a lot of studies, scientific studies on this, and they found that writing therapy is much, much more effective than counseling sessions. Why? Because you're actually working out the problem yourself. There's nobody there to hold your hand. It's kind of you're picking yourself up by your own bootstraps. And that gives you a sense of accomplishment that you're fixing your own problems. It creates independence. It creates self-sufficiency. Writing therapy is excellent. It is excellent. It's one of the most effective therapies out there. So, Milo adds here, unfortunately, many of them end up with the goal of, offing themselves, or offing. I would try to create many other creative ways to end your characters, if you okay. You shouldn't actually have that goal, okay? I don't think. I mean, you could end any trauma with that, but it's not good writing, okay? To do that. Now, sometimes they end up dying. That's oh no, not like that. Well, I'm glad you clarified that. That's what it sounded like. Okay. Mama says writing therapy is greater than expensive counseling. Oh yeah, by a long shot. Yeah, writing therapy is actually really, really healthy, really good, and really effective.
Well, writing therapy also lets you explore what outcome you want from it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's what counseling is supposed to help you identify.
Well, as Mrs. Producer just said, writing therapy helps you to visualize an outcome to the problem. An outcome to the trauma helps you visualize what you want life to be post-trauma. So it's very effective because it gives you a way of saying, okay, here's a path forward. So Yeah, great. It's actually, as I said, super effective. Okay, moving on here. Mama asks for $2 here. Thank you for the super chat. How common are fossilized crocodiles in Egypt? They have found fossilized crocodiles in Egypt. Um, they found them by the Dakhla Oasis. So you don't tend to find fossilized crocodiles in the Nile itself because the conditions there are not quite right for fossilization. Where you do find them is in the desert. But you find all sorts of weird fossils out in the desert. They're occasionally found on the Giza Plateau. There's a lot of fossils on the Giza Plateau. I found there's I've shown this before to some people on tour where there's a brachipod. There's actually a brachipod fossilized in the Sphinx Temple. Okay, and you can go there and you can see this brachipod fossilized in the limestone of the Sphinx Temple. Egypt is very rich in certain kinds of fossils. Okay, crocodile fossils you can find there. Spinosaur fossils you'll find there. Whale fossils are found in Egypt. As I said, brachiopods. It's called crinoids. There's actually Egypt is actually quite rich in fossils. Again, it's a lot of it is because the limestone plateau in Egypt used to be an ancient ocean. It was a runoff for an ancient ocean. So you got all this runoff coming off of the of Africa in through the Giza Plateau and washing out into the Nile. So Merv Monson, whale fossils? Yeah, whale fossils. Yep, whale fossils. They found whale fossils in Egypt. As I said, you also find, as I said, spinosaurs. They were there. I think mosasaurs as well. A lot of pelagic and semi-pelagic reptiles were found there. Milo says, Yek gonna die from the Egyptian whale fossils, laugh out loud. Well, this is why I kind of laugh at some of the dating of say the pyramids and the Sphinx Temple that these guys use because they want to claim it's post flood or pre-flood, and there's fossils in the limestone there, lots of them. Yeah, that's gonna ruin a good Yek timeline. The dude's a dude. Hashtag make the Sahara green again. It is actually greening up, which I think is really super interesting. They don't find megalodon in Egypt. That's one they didn't find. It's too shallow water for megalodon. But again, a lot of pelagic reptiles and semi-pelagic reptiles. Whales were found there, but you don't find a lot of megalodon. You find a lot more lamnia shark. You do find a lamnia shark though. As far as making the Sahara green again, there's a couple of initiatives that countries like Egypt are doing to basically make it green. A lot of the excess water from the Nile is being pumped back into the Sahara. They're also one of the things they're doing too in the Sahara is doing wildlife implantation to change the biosphere. Now, here's one of the problems with the Sahara. The Sahara does occasionally get rain. None of it sinks into the soil because the soil has actually gotten hard on the surface. They've introduced burrowing animals, like the Sahara tortoise. Yes, there's a species of tortoise that was native to the Sahara. They've bred these tortoises and they've included them to burrow underneath the sand to break through that impenetrable layer. And they've discovered that those tortoises are allowing the water to not just completely wash away, but saturate the soil. This creates a microclimate, and green things start to grow again. So, yeah, Animal News says rewilding to restore it to a savanna biome. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And so far, it's turned into very effective. There used to be a huge lake in the middle of Egypt that lasted until Roman times. And they're trying to restore that one too. So yeah, they're basically rewilding. They're rewilding, they're diverting water. They're doing all sorts of interesting things in the Sahara to try to bring it back. So the Sahara is the greenest it's been in about 100 years. So that's actually super interesting. But yeah,
The original Sea of Reeds may be there.
Oh, the Sea of Reeds is on the other side. It's not in the Sahara. Oh, Common Lurker? Okay. Common Lurker asks, what happened to the original Sea of Reeds? It dried up. Here's what happened is, the original Sea of Reeds was supplied by the Pelusiac branch of the river. Now, the Nile used to have 3 branches. Today it has 2. You have the Rosetta branch, the Damietta branch, but it used to have a 3rd branch called the Pelusiac branch. It basically stretched from Heliopolis right into the Sinai and terminated into a massive estuary and lagoon that then sort of fed off into the Mediterranean. The Pelusium, city of Pelusium, is named after the Pelusiac branch of the Nile. The original Sea of Reeds was one of those lakes in that estuary. And the whole area was peppered with these lakes that were between 20 to 40 feet deep. And the original Sea of Reeds was one of those lakes in that sort of branch of the Nile. And when that branch of the Nile silted up and sort of shut off, the estuary soon became brackish, and then everything sort of dried up and died. And it was pretty much gone by about 500 BC. So, Common Lurker goes, can that be brought back? No. They're not going to be able to bring back the Pelusiac branch of the Nile. Even though there's some canals that are running through where it used to run. The problem is that where the estuary was is now cut in half by the Suez Canal. They're not gonna break up the Suez Canal to restore an estuary. So that's never coming back. All right, next one here. Mortimer. Bro, we are not finding any chariot wheels. No, we're probably not going to find any. We wouldn't find any chariot wheels anyway, probably. Chariots were made out of ephemeral materials. I mean, they weren't made out of strong stuff. I mean, most chariots were made out of leather, bit of wood. Some portions of it were bronze, but very little of it was bronze. Really stuff that doesn't last long when they get it wet. Leather doesn't do well when it's wet. Just saying. This is why I find this idea of chariots being found in the Red Sea so dang ridiculous. Anyone who's gotten say leather shoes soaked knows this. Milo goes, dude, I've seen what wood rot can do in a couple decades. Those wheels are not surviving to the modern day. No. No. And it's all held together by leather straps. So yeah, it's not surviving. Alrighty. Unknown Quantity asks, what's a common misconception about ancient Egypt that you're tired of hearing? That we don't know how they cut those stones. We know. We really know. Bronze tools, bronze saws, that's how they cut them. Chisels, that's how they split the rocks. We know how the ancient Egyptians cut those stones. Please stop. Please. I don't know how they cut those hard stones like granite. Granite is not that hard. Stop it. Sure, a granite stone is hard if it hits you in the head. Any stone is. But you can actually cut granite with bronze. Not that hard. I think it's only like 6.5 on the Mohs scale. That's it. So choose a dude. The pyramid created electricity to run the electric drills. Yeah, you could get some people saying some stupidity like that. Yeah, the pyramids were electrical generators. Yeah, well, if they were, you could just plug them in today. Tony G, such hard work. No wonder they stopped building. They stopped building them because they were expensive. That's why they stopped building them. It was one of those things where the cost of a pyramid was prohibitive. Really expensive. Even by barter economy standards, incredibly expensive to build a pyramid. It works out entirely to economics, which is why pyramids got smaller and smaller with cheaper materials until they just went to rock cut tombs. And then even that was too expensive. Even that was too expensive. Then they started putting people under temples because that was cheaper. Animal Newell asks, was the arsenic bronze hard? How was arsenic bronze hardened? It's work hardened. Okay, here's how you harden arsenic bronze. You beat it. The more you work it, the harder it gets, until it gets brittle, and then it breaks. Okay? So, if you want to form a chisel, okay, you get your hot ingot out, and you start hammering it into shape. The more you hammer it, the harder it gets. Now, if it's not to the right shape before it gets too hard, it goes back into the fire to get softened again. It gets quenched, and then you got a soft ingot. It works kind of the opposite to iron. So, steel. Steel, you get red hot, you quench it, and it's now super hard. Arsenic bronze works the opposite. You quench arsenic bronze, and now it's super soft. Then to harden it, you start hammering it. Or, if you want to already have semi-hard, you let it air cool. Air cool will also do some of the hardening for you. but quenching it will put it into its softest state. And then after that, you just hammer it. I have actually made some copper alloy arrowheads. And that's really how you do it, is you hammer it until it hardens, and you keep hammering it until it hardens. But again, if it gets too hard, then it snaps and breaks. So, Mama says, well, why did they stop building the pyramids? Follow the money. Yep, follow the money. Milo goes, wow. Yep. Milo goes, arsenic bronze, now on my list of favorite alloys. Yeah, it's a cool alloy. Cool alloy. It's a naturally forming bronze. Here's one of the things I kind of laugh sometimes when I hear about the Copper Age. Okay. And I've seen this on some very, let's say, popular history channels. And I kind of use history here in scare quotes. You'll sometimes hear people talk about a Copper Age and then the Bronze Age. There was no Copper Age. Okay? There was no Copper Age. Let me be really, really clear about this. The copper, when you smelted copper from most ores, will naturally produce arsenic bronze. Okay? The only, say, pure copper you would have is copper that was not produced by smelting. So basically, surface copper. Now, surface copper doesn't have much bronze in it. Or, sorry, much arsenic in it. So it tends to be your softest, most pliable copper. But it's rare. It's very rare. You don't find it often. Most copper from the Bronze Age resulted from the smelting of ores. Ores such as turquoise, malachite, basically these copper-rich compounds. And those ores have a basically trace amounts of arsenic. So every time I hear the Copper Age, I just smack my forehead and go, there was no Copper Age. It's copper alloy, which means that's bronze. That's arsenic bronze, and now you're talking about the early Bronze Age. Stop talking about the Copper Age. It's a nonsense thing. It never happened. All right, moving on here. But yeah, arsenic bronze is cool. It's not super toxic. Scott Worthen says arsenic instead of tin, toxicity madness. It's such small traces of arsenic that it really wasn't a health concern.
Copper Age is a Minecraft thing.
Yeah. Milo says, "Isn't Copper Age a Minecraft thing?" You hear this among historians who are dilettantes, but I've actually heard, quote, History Channel say this, and I think it's nonsense. Mama says, "Not every metal gets its own age." My word. Oh yeah. Like basically, the oldest metals that men basically used were lead. You know, even before gold. And gold was, you know, very early. It was earlier than bronze. But lead is the oldest metal that was actually refined. And yeah, lead is the oldest metal that was actually refined. We do find some lead jewelry in prehistoric sites. So people were already making stuff with lead um in the Chalcolithic period. So but it doesn't get its own age. Okay. Because no one likes lead. Mama goes. Tin age, aluminum age, zinc age. Aluminum's really recent. It was used to be considered aluminum used to be considered rarer than platinum. Yeah, it's why it's on a pyramidion of the Washington Monument, because it was considered to be such a valuable metal, more valuable than platinum at one point. And then electrolysis separation of bauxite made all of it cheap. Mama asks, because of the low melting point? Well, two reasons. Lead has a low melting point. The other thing about lead is it's commonly found as a free metal. So there was a lot of lead, surface lead available. So a lot of people ran across lead deposits. And it only formed a surface tarnish. So it could be easily melted and the tarnish removed. Okay, Mama says, you get an age, and you get an age. Everyone gets an age. All right, let's move on here. Milky Dud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Please describe modalist theology. Is it, strictly speaking, heretical? Can it be called heterodox, i.e. in oneness? Well, heterodox and heretical are the same thing. That's what they both mean, heretical. So heterodox and heretical are just synonyms. Okay? Now, what is modalist theology? Modalism is the idea that you have one person, God, who switches hats. He changes his hats, he's God the Father. Does another hat switch, now he's God the Son. Switches the hat again. Now he's the Holy Spirit. One person keeps switching the hats between Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but it's one person. One person basically changing modes. And this is where we get the word modalist from. Okay? So he's changing modes. Okay? Is it heretical? Yes. It's very heretical. It denies the Trinity, which is the three persons are the one God. It denies the whole three persons thing. So it is, strictly speaking, heretical. Now, what we mean by heretical is this is a incorrect belief that can cause you to reject God for who he is and reject salvation. So we don't use heretical around here loosely. It has to be something that distorts the identity of God in such a manner that salvation becomes lost. So, is modalism a heretical theology? Yes, it is. And oneness theology, because it abides by modalism, is also a heretical theology. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. This is a theology that has been at least called out since Tertullian. Tertullian, in his work against Noetus, basically goes into a huge, long, couple 100-page dialogue against Noetus and the modalist fallacy. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Bubble Trouble goes, there should be a bubble age. Sure. I'm up for it. Mama says, that would be modalism, Patrick. Yep. Definitely. Scott asks, having once had my own lion's mane ponytail and uncannily your identical facial hair, I gotta ask, have you ever considered going Spartan slash Abraham Lincoln? Oh, I've considered going full Assyrian. Great big Assyrian beard. What? Mrs. Producer says no. But yeah, I have considered because I've got the facial hair that I could go full Assyrian kingly beard. Scott goes, nice, you would rock it though. Yeah, but the wife says no, so she's got the veto rights here, so can't do it. Have considered it though. Scott Warthen, bejeweled and all? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, if you're gonna go full Assyrian beard, go the whole 9 yards. You know, the gold weaving in there and the gemstones and all the whole go for broke if you're gonna go go Assyrian. A common lurker made a comment here. The more data that exists, the more implausible the early Exodus date. The late Exodus fits like a glove. You don't have to fudge the data or make a whole bunch of conjectures. Yeah, exactly. It's the most parsimonious view. So, and I like parsimony. Uh, Parsimony is a good thing. Very good thing. Okay. Okay, next one here is from Milky Dud for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. FYI, GA Tech has a digital. Georgia Tech. Okay, Georgia Tech has a digital humanities department now. It would be great to hear your case study in Horem Heb there or here one day. Sure, I'd be happy to do that. I have a sort of a love-hate relationship with the digital humanities. The first time I had I did do a conference once on the digital humanities, and it came down to we were going to get the paper published in their digital humanities volume, but the peer reviewer insisted on looking at all my source code, and it's like, I'll give you the algorithms. Nope, gotta look at the source code. Nope, not happening. Yeah, they were going to insist that I release the source code for free. And, like, no. No, not going to do that. So, now I was very happy, like, for example, when I did publish it eventually in Archaeometry, I did basically give them samples of data. I gave them samples of the algorithm. Basically, if someone wants to reproduce it from scratch, using the algorithms, they could do that. But I wasn't going to give them the work of the code for nothing. And a lot of it came down to that that we intend to publish this data ourselves in an actual volume. So it came down to, well, do I give it for free? Do I give away the farm in this obscure Italian peer-reviewed volume that'll never be read by anyone?
No.
Or do I publish it as my own book? I'm choosing the latter. So, I have a sort of a love-hate relationship with humanity, digital humanities. I think we can make a lot of contributions to digital humanities, but I also think there's also unequal weighting as well, where they ask this of some people and not others. And, you know, when they don't ask my competition the same questions and make the same demands of them, then okay, I'm out of here. So, but yeah, I would love to make a presentation on a case study in Hormheb. That'd be really cool. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, Francistic says, I disagree with you on Genesis 6. Look at Jude 6 to 7. It directly connects angels that have left their proper place and sexual immorality. That is
tied to a super chat.
Is it tied to a super chat?
Yes.
Let me find the super chat here.
Mark the super chat.
Okay, he adds, my question in the chat, you missed the connection between sons of God, giants, Tartarus, Apkallu. It's saying, remember those, they brought corruption. Okay, the biblical text does not make those connections. Okay? This is almost like a Sitchin argument. Alexander Sitchin, which was a French theorist. Okay? He tries to make the connection between sons of God, giants, Tartarus, Apkallu, in that way, and that's not a biblical connection. So, but I do appreciate the super chat really a lot, but I don't think that you can make that connection biblically. Now, I think your view of Jude 6 and 7 is also incorrect. Now, let me bring this up and I'll explain exactly why. It comes down to the structure of the Greek. Okay? Now, when we look at Jude, we have to understand that this is the structure of the Greek here is in a parallel argument. Okay? So, now, I think it starts at verse 5 here, if I remember correctly. Now I desire to remember you, though you all know things for once for all, that the Lord, after saving people out of the land of Egypt, subsequently destroyed those who did not believe. That's the first parallel. The main clause is actually verse 4 here. For certain persons have crept in unnoticed, those who were long before marked out for this condemnation, ungodly persons who turn the grace of our God into licentious and deny our Master and Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is the main clause. Okay? After that follows 3 parallel clauses. Okay? Now, here's the thing we have to understand about Greek parallel clauses. They aren't the same. Each clause in the parallel clauses is meant to derive a different point. Okay, so for verse 4, certain persons have crept in unnoticed, for those who are long beforehand marked out for condemnation. Ungodly persons who turn the grace of our God into licentiousness and deny our Master. So you got those people who deny the grace and lead licentious lives. Verse 5. Now I desire to remind you, though, you know all things once and for all for the Lord. Now this is where Jude makes the historical case. After saving a people out of the land of Egypt, subsequently destroyed those who did not believe. This is not a sexual cause here. This is unbelief. All right? So this is the first parallel clause 1, verse 5. Parallel clause 2, verse 6. And the angels who did not keep their own domain, but abandoned their proper abode, he has kept in eternal bonds under darkness for the judgment of the day to come. Okay. No mention here. Now, again, you have to take these parallel clauses as separate causes. So, here we have angels who did not keep their domain, abandoned their place. Says nothing about sexual immorality. Nothing. Okay? So, in the first parallel clause, disobedience. Second parallel disbelief. Disbelief, disobedience. Then the third parallel clause is verse 7. Just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them, since in the same way they indulged in gross immorality and went after strange flesh, are exhibited as an example in the undergoing the punishment of eternal fire. Okay? Now, we've delved into the three parallel clauses here. Verse 5, 6, and 7. Comes back up a level. Yet, in the same manner, these men also by dreaming defile the flesh and reject authority and revile angelic majesties. It's not one cause. Okay? They defile the flesh, reject authority, and revile angelic majesties. Verse 8 here is recapitulating each of the causes in the three parallel verses. So that's what's going on here. This is in no way connects the angels to sexual immorality. It connects them to the rejection of authority. Okay? So you got the defile of the flesh. You've got the reject of authority. That's cause 2. And cause 3 is revile angelic majesties. Okay? So it's basically doing this in reverse order. The defile of the flesh, that's cause found in verse 7. Reject authority, that's the cause mentioned in verse 6. Revile angelic majesties, it's cause in verse 5. So that's what's going on in Jude 6 to 7. It's not connected in any. The angelic verse in verse 6 is not in any way connected to sexual immorality, and moreover, the structure of the Greek forbids that interpretation. It forbids it. So if you sort of read that into there, you're kind of reading this now not as a Greek text. You're now trying to read it as sort of an English text, where you're taking one long sentence. Okay? This is one long sentence. And reading it the way it's been punctuated in an English translation. And the punctuation in an English translation is not biblically inspired. So we got to be very, very careful here of reading certain interpretations back into Jude, because you have to follow the Greek syntax. This is the biggest mistake people make about reading Jude, is they don't read it according to the Greek syntax. They read it according to their translations. And the translations, I sometimes wish translations came with indenting. gosh, that would make things a lot easier. You know, where every section has its own indent. It would make books like Jude easier. It would make books like Corinthians and Ephesians easier. But yeah, you would need to understand the Greek in order to get that correct interpretation out of this. Because there's, as I said, features of the Greek that just don't come out well in translation. But again, you could even derive this even without knowing the Greek, just by understanding that there's no reference to anything sexual in verse 6. None. Nothing. So you don't even need to know Greek to know this. So I'm fine with you disagreeing with me, but you don't have warrant for that disagreement. That's the problem. Okay, moving on.
June and Obadiah together in color.
Unknown quality, sorry. Unknown quality asks, this may be a really silly question. What's it fine? We entertain silly questions here. But I assure you, I mean it with utmost sincerity. What foods we eat today that Jesus and the apostles could have eaten back then? Mutton. You know, lamb. We eat lamb. Drink red wine. Yeah, that's still a food we eat today. They did have bread of various kinds. Let's see, what else would have they eaten? Dates, grapes. They would have eaten garlic. Hummus was already a thing then in the New Testament, so they would have eaten hummus. Olives, anything with olives. They would actually, they did, of course, they had olive oil, but they also made, chutneys out of olives. And that's, you can find that in some Middle Eastern references, places today. Stuffed grape leaves they would have done. So yeah, there's a lot of food that people still eat today that the apostles would have eaten. They did have quite the variety of various kinds of food. Again, a lot of this is because it's a Canaan at that time was a crossroads. It was a crossroads. I should say Palestine is probably the best. It was the Roman term for it, but yeah, roast lamb, delicious, absolutely. Yeah, they ate roast lamb. Chickens had been imported, so they had started eating chicken. You find chicken being imported into the Middle East around the 3rd century BC. So, chicken. Yeah, a lot of, as I say, olive oil.
Quality. Like to think they could have theoretically eaten pizza.
Unknown quality says, I'd like to think they could have theoretically eaten pizza. They probably didn't eat pizza. That's a Roman thing. And early Roman pizzas, you know, they come in around the 4th century BC. But yeah, and the early Roman pizzas were not like your pizzas today. First, no tomato sauce. Tomato sauce would not become a part of Old World cuisine until after Columbus. But what they did do was they did put cheese on bread and melted it. Annie asks, did average people like Jesus eat spices? They had spices, yeah. Spices were really important because they were part of not just food preservation, they were also part of masking off flavors. So they had cumin, They had dill. They had coriander. Okay. They had mustard. Let's see, what else would they have? They had salt, obviously. No barbecue rubs. They didn't use paprika or a chili because that wasn't imported into the old world yet. They had black pepper. A lot of the recipes that we use, say, hot peppers today, did exist back then, but they used different ingredients. Like they would use the long black pepper instead of, say, chilies. So it was more of a pepperish thing. Pepperoni was not so much, because that's a new world that used new world ingredients. So pepperoni was not something you would find. So, but they did. No quality. Give it to Little Caesars. What is Little Caesars? Jesus.
Oh, that's one
Oh,
of the best ones.
oh,
That's one
oh, I love it.
on the channel.
I love that. Ah, good times. Good times. Okay, Cereal Bowl asks the question. What is the best translation of tecton in Mark 6:3 and Matthew 13:55? Carpenter, builder, craftsman, or something else? Well, here's the thing with tecton. It could be any of those things. Okay? A tecton can be a carpenter, can be a builder, be a craftsman. It was more normative for it to be a carpenter. There's also an extended use where it can apply to something like a stonemason. Stonemasons can also be sometimes called tecton. But the best translations of this are going to be either carpenter or builder. So, because there are craftsmen that aren't tecton. Like, for example, a jeweler. Jeweler's a craftsman, but he's not a tecton. It has to be something. One of the things about tectons are they tend to be things that builders of things that are large. Okay, so someone who builds a building can be a tecton. Somebody that makes little toys isn't a tecton. So it's really going to depend upon what exactly the craft is for it to be, whether it's like someone who makes shoes isn't a tecton. He's not building big things. So it definitely has to be something more structural or large, like a piece of furniture. People who build tables and chairs, they're tecton. People who build big stone libraries, they're tecton. So it's all going to depend upon context as to which one is going to be the better. But I think in the most likely case, you can make the case, and a strong case, that that what Mark 6 and Matthew 13 are talking about here are carpenters. And that's probably the best case. It's unlikely that Joseph was a stonemason. Very unlikely. Because he wouldn't have had steady work in that area. But there's always a call for wood carpentry. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Friend Shustek says for €5, thank you for the super chat. What is the implication of Matthew 17:27? Is it saying most disciples are under 20? P.S. The text also wrecks the idea that Matthew is written post 70 AD. Okay, let's pull this up here and let's take a look at the text. Matthew 17:27. Okay. Okay. And the text reads, "But lest we give them offense, go to the sea and throw in a hook and take the first fish that comes up, and when you open its mouth, you will find a stater." And a stater is a unit of currency. Take that and give it to them for you and me. All right. See here. We'll have to go back a bit here to the context. Starts at verse 24. "And when they had come to Capernaum, those who collected the 2 drachma tax came to Peter and said, 'Does your teacher not pay the 2 drachma tax?' And he said, 'Yes.' And when he came into the house, Jesus spoke to him first, saying, 'What do you think, Simon? From whom do the kings of the earth collect customs or poll tax? From their sons or from strangers?' And upon his saying, 'From strangers,' Jesus said to him, 'Consequently, the sons are exempt. But lest we give them offense, go to the sea, throw in a hook, take the fish that comes up, and when you open its mouth, you will find a stater. Take to it and give them for you and me.'" Okay, now, what this appears to be is a poll tax. Basically, a poll tax is something that's applied. It's a head tax. It's a head tax. Now, a head tax is a tax that you have to pay just for being alive and a citizen of the area. Now, one of the things that is interesting about this is that it is clear that they shouldn't have been charged the tax. It's a tax for having lived in Capernaum. Okay? But you got a tax collector here that's trying to squeeze them for a little extra taxation. Okay? Now, from this alone, couldn't get I don't think we could get the implication that they were under 20. So I don't think that that's you can get that from there. But we do have other indications that they were under 20. So, so I don't think it's stating that, because what Christ is saying is, give it to them for you and me. So Christ is included in that taxation. We see that at the end of verse 27. So the stater is being used to pay for both the disciples and Christ. And Christ wasn't under 20. He was in his 30s. So there's no indication here that the tax is being used just to tax the young. It's being used to tax everybody. It's a head tax, a tax per head, as it were. They call it a poll tax, but it's a head tax. So the idea here is that he's paying him for both. But the tax is basically, you walked into Capernaum, hey, you guys are new here, you haven't paid the tax. I count 13 of you. Probably a few more than that, actually. So the stater is basically a way of covering everybody. Okay? He's basically paying for the party. So it's not saying they're under 20. It's just saying, hey, you guys in town, we don't know who you are. You pay the head tax. So that's really what's sort of going on in this passage. There's nothing here that infers it's these are under 20. It doesn't seem to be that, again, this was not something that was instituted post 70 AD anyway. So, um, it would be, and you are correct, it would be inconsistent with a post 70 AD writing. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And he has it right here. It's a shakedown. Nice group of disciples you got here. Yeah. That's what this was. It was a shakedown. Got it in one. Yeah, they were the local Capernaum Brothers League was shaking them down for a little extra tax. So now there was the interesting thing about this too is this isn't a Roman tax. Let's be clear about that too. Oh, that's the other thing we should point out too. This is a tax by Jews on Jews. That's what's going on here. This is a tax by Jews on Jews. Okay. Now, the problem with this tax, legally speaking, is Jews were not allowed to tax other Jews because that taxation came in through the temple. So, to tax Christ and the disciples made this an illegal tax. The Romans had their taxes, which they collected through the temple, and the temple had its taxes. But local governments were not supposed to have their own taxes. So how they got around this was they would apply, local governments could tax non-Israelites. Okay? This is why he says, from whom do the kings of the earth collect customs and poll tax? From their sons or from strangers? And they said from strangers, and that's the proper Jewish answer to this. Okay? So that's the proper Jewish answer to this. Kings don't tax their own sons. They tax other people. The sons of Israel were exempt from local taxation, at least according to the law. So, but again, the whole idea of tax collecting is tax collecting on behalf of the Romans. This is not a Roman tax. Mama says, hence why tax collectors and had their own designations separate from other sinners. They were that bad. Yeah, a lot of them were. But yeah, this is a Jewish tax being imposed upon Jews, and that was not a legal tax. This would normally be a tax placed upon, say, foreigners. So this is a foreigner tax. That's what it's meant to be. Okay, so I think we've answered that very thoroughly, and we can move on here. Frayne asks, someone said that the whole whale saved Jonah since death imagery is just the before God sends the whale, and that the New Testament doesn't say either way. The New Testament doesn't say either way. Jonah says. Jonah died. This is clear from chapter 2 of Jonah that he's dead. Dead. Osiris dead. He's not saved by the whale. He's carried by the whale. God saves Jonah. This whole Jonah narrative is a resurrection narrative. That's what it is. You know, this is why Christ says, the only sign I give you is the sign of Jonah. I will be in the earth for 3 days and be raised on the third. That's the whole point of Jonah. Jonah is dead. He doesn't survive the whale. He is as dead can be when he gets eaten by the whale. At least he's going to be in a few minutes. So he's eaten by the whale. He dies in the whale. 3 days later, he's spit up on the shore, and God raises him from the dead. So, but the New Testament does imply that Jonah is dead. Because that's the whole sign that Christ gives. If you don't understand that about, say, the sign of Jonah, then you don't get the resurrection either. Because the whole sign of Jonah is God raising the dead from the grave. It's raising Jonah from the dead inside the belly of the whale. That's the sign of Jonah. So, so it's not that the whale saves Jonah. The whale transports and holds the body of Jonah. That's what this is going on here. Moving on. Unknown Quality asks, what are the odds of us ever finding any sort of letter or document written about Jesus during his lifetime? Very small. Very small. I don't think there's much chance of us finding it in his lifetime, because his ministry was only 3 years long. There's very little possibility that we're going to find a document in such a small chronological window. 3 years is not much. He starts his ministry about age 30. He ends it at age 33 with the crucifixion. That's such a small archaeological window, you're not going to find much, really. So. Frayne asks, were there probably more than 2 or 3 magi coming to see Jesus, since it was probably a caravan for safety reasons? Thoughts? We don't know how many magi there were. We know there are 3 gifts. Doesn't say how many magi. This is just something we just don't know. Maybe there were more, maybe there were less. Again, the text doesn't say. So, it's all going to come down to speculation at this point, just because we don't have the evidence. So, we know there are 3 gifts. So the tradition of there being 3 magi was basically comes out of the idea that 1 gift per magi. There's nothing saying that was the case. So, unfortunately, we just don't know. So, thank you for the question. Rich Adam asks, for $10, thank you for that generous super chat. In general, what made God different from other gods in the ancient Near East? Monotheism. Monotheism. The gods of the ancient Near East were not monotheistic. And that was a huge separator right there. He's monotheistic, and he's transcendent. He's outside of creation. So if you're outside of creation, you can't be a part of creation. So that's really what you've got there as far as what set the God of Israel apart from, say, the other gods of the ancient Near East. Most gods lived in the creation they created. God doesn't. Elohim, Yahweh, he resides outside of his creation. So, so that's what made them functionally different. It's also the other thing about being that monotheistic God is he didn't tolerate other gods. Now, there were a lot of disobedient Israelites that worshipped other gods. A lot of them. Most of them. Most Israelites were dirty polytheists. But But that was not what Yahweh worship basically entailed. So that's basically the two big separations: transcendence, monotheism, and monolatry. Which is three, isn't it? So it demanded monolatry, it demanded monotheism, and demanded transcendence. And that sort of patterned everything else that came after. The whole, ritual purity laws are an extension of that monolatry and monotheism exclusivity. That exclusivity demanded a higher standard of sacredness and ritual purity than, say, other gods of the ancient Near East. You go to, say, some of the Egyptian reliefs, and you see these guys just carrying around idols. Idols that are supposed to be the flesh and bones of the gods, as if they're like tossing around footballs. Okay, you don't see that in monotheism, in Yahweh worship. Just carrying around a god like it's like a sack of potatoes. It's like, that's not how it worked. So I think those are the big differences. There's other differences too, but then it comes down to, at that point, application of ritual purity and, say, ritual forms that you find then become sort of the minutiae of separation at that point. So anyway, I hope that helps. Again, I would boil it down to three major categories: transcendence, monotheism, and monolatry. And then, as the consequence of those three, ritual purity. So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Unknown Quality says, a question: in Job, God tells him about Behemoth and Leviathan. Any thoughts as to what they might have been? I think they're chaos monsters. That's what I think they are. Now, what's a chaos monster? A chaos monster is a being that is a side effect of creation. God is a god of spirit. Okay? When he creates, he doesn't just create physical things. He creates spiritual things too. So then when he creates something to be an abode for life, life has to sort of fill in the blanks. So then when God created the universe and the earth, he didn't just create them as empty physical objects that would just fall apart. There's this wild element of spirit critter that has to be there to keep the whole thing afloat. So, Behemoth and Leviathan, they're spirit critters. They're chaos monsters. Okay? So then, what happens next? God has to go and either defeat or tame the chaos monsters. Once he does that, they get filled in by the primordial gods. Okay? Now, the Bible doesn't talk about the primordial gods directly, but every ancient Near Eastern culture had a version of this. And that's what I think is being talked about of, say, the angels that didn't keep to their abode in Jude 6. It's basically, they're the placeholders. Okay? So, drives out the chaos monsters, installs the primordial gods, and the primordial gods rebel. Okay? And that's how we get to the end of verse 6 in Jude. So, yep, Mama goes, spirit critters. Everyone in our living room just perked up. And he goes, I love the term spirit critters. Yeah, was coined by one of our users or one of our watchers. So who has not been around for a while, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, that's sort of what's going on in Job. You know, these are not animals. They are analogized as animals. Okay, there's analogical language that sort of describes them as animals, and they're animalistic. These chaos monsters, they're animalistic in the sense that they are wild, uncontrollable forces of nature. When they fill in a gap, supporting creation, they do so creating chaos. Hence the chaos monster. Okay? So they're not, these are more animal than they are, say, angel. So unknown quality. I never thought of Behemoth and Leviathan like that. I kind of assumed they were dinosaurs, not gonna lie. A lot of people assume they were dinosaurs. Okay? You're not alone in that. Even once I held that view. Okay? But when you start looking at the comparative material, you do see these referenced in other ancient Near Eastern documents. There are some there's one that actually refers to Leviathan, okay, which is basically, I think it was Assyrian for Leviathan, and it talks about that in more angelic terms. So so it's clear that the ancient Near East had an understanding of Behemoth and Leviathan, not as so much as animals, but chaos monsters that could be analogized as animals. Now, we have to understand what analogical language is, okay? This will help you understand this too. Analogical language is when you take something that's commonplace in your everyday experience and you elevate it to the drama of the gods, okay? So, here's an example found in the Bible where it talks about the flood, the great flood. And the windows of heaven opened up and the waters poured out. It literally says windows, like frames, panes, that sort of thing, like a window you'd find on a house. Okay? The writer in Genesis is using something you are familiar with, which is a window pane, and say, it opened up in heaven and then the waters came down. Okay? So when we talk about, say, something like Behemoth and Leviathan, they're using terms that you might be familiar with, like you might be familiar with a wild auroch. And it's basically saying, it's using that language to apply that to a spirit critter. So it's not that these are actually physical animals, but they behave in senses like physical animals. Now, Behemoth, the great forces of power on the land. Leviathan, sea monsters. Okay, Tananim, same deal. Okay, so Annie Manil here follows up here. Are they like whirlwinds or whirlpools, but with low-level consciousness? They could do all sorts of things that disrupt physical life. You know, you could get anything with the chaos monsters from whirlpools or storms, or even conceivably up to, say, more cosmological levels like solar flares, that sort of thing. So they have a very low level of consciousness. Okay, they're wild, they're untamed. That's the point. Is they don't have say, deep reflective consciousness. So think of them like wild dogs. You know, if a wild dog, you don't bother it, sometimes it won't bother you, but it can come out and they can bite. So Mama goes, land, sea, prince of the power of the air. In the case of the prince of the power of the air, that's a reference to Satan, but it's a reference to Satan that's being framed in that sort of chaos monster term. Okay? So that Prince of the Power of the Air is not a chaos monster, but it's Satan being compared to a chaos monster, which I think is really interesting. It's really interesting that you get that connection there. Bubble Trouble asks, can spirit critters become human? No, they cannot become human.
And
They're vast.
see her next.
Uh,
Because God became
yeah, Bubble Trouble mainly asks this question with God becoming man in mind. Here's the thing. Spirit critters, all spirit critters, lack the ability to become man, except God himself. Okay? So they lack the ability to take on true flesh. Okay? Now, we don't know how the Antichrist pulls off this trick at the end of time, but somehow he finds a way to do this. We don't know how. Maybe it's through possession. Again, we don't know how. But he somehow pulls off a trick that's similar to that incarnation. But true incarnation is reserved for God alone. Annie Manuel here says, so there's a type of spiritual ecology. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely there's a spiritual ecology. There's a huge diversity of spiritual fauna out there, with its own ecology, with its own domains, with its own responsibilities. So absolutely there is a spiritual ecology. And it's vast. It's vast and it's diverse. So there's a dude, primordial chaos god equals velociraptor. Yeah. Okay, I'll buy that. Yeah. Okay.
There's got to be something that the primordial gods are afraid of.
Yeah, there's got to be something out there that the primordial gods are afraid of. Why can't it be the velociraptor? So yeah, I think one of the things we do underestimate in our rather simplistic biblical theology, and frankly, biblical theology is sometimes very, very simplistic and very reductive about certain things. The spirit critters are one of them. You know, there is a tendency of within the theology of the Bible, which tends to sort of reduce every spirit critter down to angels, or every evil spirit critter down to demons. It's much more complicated than that. And it's much more diverse than that. Catch buckets are okay to explain concepts simply. We just have to recognize that catch buckets are a way of explaining things in a simple way, but does not help us with the nuance or complexity of some of these terms and some of these items. We do know, for example, that God is a God who loves to create. He loves to create. He loves to have relationship to his creations. He's a God that was responsible not only for planet Earth, but all the species on planet Earth. Huge diversity. Huge complexity. Which should not be surprised if the spirit realm is equally diverse in its own way. That should be almost go without saying. Because God before he created the physical world, the physical earth with all its complexity, he created the spirit world and its complexity, its various levels of spirit critters. As I said, you got chaos monsters, primordial gods, then you've got angels, and the various ranks of those underneath. So anyway, hope that helped. Unknown Quality, thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, I think we're getting to the end here. Tony G asks, did you see a dog climb to the top of the Pyramid of Khafre? Yeah, I did. That'd be a hard way to get down. Oh, there's lots of dogs running on that site, and they do get into those situations. I've seen them perch themselves right up by the entrance of that pyramid too. So they'll climb up that frequently. That's not an uncommon thing. Unknown Quality asks, favorite Bible version? Um, for my day-to-day work, I use the NASB 1977 edition. It's a very good practical edition. That's really what I use for my daily work. If I use, I also use the Christian Standard Bible, which I think is very good. It rates. I would almost say that the Christian Standard Bible is almost better now, than the NASB 1977. But I still use the NASB because it's it's what it's what I use typically, and it's really available universally. CSB is hard to get good editions of. It's expensive too. But that's my favorite version. Favorite translation. For the really difficult work, I'll just go to Nestle Land for the Greek, and then I'll go to the BHS version for the Hebrew. Almost at the end here, I think. Which will be good because it was a pretty good live stream. Okay, that's the last one, I think. Last question. So, it's 11 after 12. So we had a pretty good run here. To do. The dogs on the pyramids are descendants of the sound foxes. No, they're not. Oh, the two don't get along. The foxes actually are not, will often get killed by the dogs. The fennec foxes are really small. They're a really small, type of fox. They have to actually hide in the cracks of the pyramid to do their bends, to do their dens, to stay away from the dogs. So they hide in places on those pyramids where the dogs can't find them, essentially. So because the two will fight, and usually the fox will lose. So that, with that said, I think we're gonna wrap it up for the night. What do you say, Mr. Producer?
Okay.
She says okay. Oh, I didn't realize there was a conversation like that going on. Okay, so we're gonna wrap it up here, I think. We want to thank everyone who supported us tonight through your super chats and your gifts through PayPal. We thank you so very much for those. That's what keeps this thing going. We also want to thank those who support us through Patreon and through the YouTube subscribers, membership supporters. You guys basically keep all the equipment going and repaired. We definitely appreciate that because that can get expensive sometimes. We also want to thank those who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and most importantly, leave book reviews. We need more book reviews. Please leave a book review. if you haven't read the first book, you can leave a book review of that, because we posted the whole book, audiobook, on the YouTube channel. It's free to view. It's free to listen. So if you haven't read Reliquary of the Dead, okay, that's the first book. That's this one. You can listen to the audiobook now. It's free on YouTube. And please leave a review on Amazon. That really, really helps us get traction. So if you want to do just something free that helps us, listen to the audiobook, leave a review on Amazon. We would love that. So with that said, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciated the discourse. A lot of great questions tonight. And I love great questions. So with that said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could be here, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.